Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back. There is an empty table here right in the front. If somebody wants to come on up and sit right here in the front. There we go. Hey, Ella. Come join Ella so she's not all by herself. We'd love to have you guys all come up closer to the front if you can. That way we'll, thank you. Come on up to the front. We'll get started in just a few minutes. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning again to everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of this Polar Symposium. If everyone could take a seat, we are about to get started again. We have another fantastic day ready for you. First of all, I hope everyone had a great evening last night. What did you think of that party in the aquarium? It's amazing, huh? It's a good place to have a cocktail. All right, we're going to get right back into it this morning. We are going to be talking about human activity on polar biodiversity societies and economies. We're going to have a panel followed by a workshop. I just wanted to give you the topics to be thinking about during the panel for the workshop afterwards. So I think we have a slide. There we go. So these are the 3 topics we're going to be talking about. So we've got infrastructure and transportation, local communities, human activities and tourism, and human health, food and water security. So after the panel, after the coffee break, we'll split up into small groups and we'll be talking about these 3 themes. So as the panel's going underway this morning, you can already be thinking about all of this, okay? So this panel today is co-organized with the World Economic Forum. It's going to be moderated by Helen Millman, World Economic Forum Hoffman Fellow for the Poles from the University of Exeter. If she can come up on stage, where are you, Helen? There you are. Also with us today, please join us, Ella Maretta Oma, Sonori Sigurðsson, Cassandra Brooks, Vicky Lee Walgren, Mats Kvist Fredriksson, and Birgit Njastad. I hope I pronounced that right. There you go. Come on up. Let's give them a warm round of applause for our first panel.
Testing. Oh, blimey. Okay, good morning everyone and welcome for coming. Thank you for coming this morning. I'm going to start off by introducing, well, everyone's going to introduce themselves very briefly. So I'm Helen Millman and I'm a glaciologist and the World Economic Forum Hoffman Fellow for the Poles based at Exeter University. And on to you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming up this early to join us all. My name is Vicky Lee Wahlgren. I'm the director of WWF's Global Arctic Program based in Stockholm.
Good morning. My name is Snorre Sigurðsson. I'm head of Nature Protection Division at the Icelandic Institute of Natural History, but I'm also representing Iceland on the management board of CAF, the Arctic Council Working Group on the Conservation of Arctic Flora and Fauna.
My name is Mads Fredriksson. I'm from the Arctic Economic Council in Tromsø.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elle Merete Omma, and I'm the head of the EU unit at the Sami Council. Sami Council is an NGO organizing the civil Sami society in Norway, Sweden, Finland, and in Russia. So I'm here to talk to you today. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Cassandra Brooks. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Colorado Boulder and a faculty fellow at INSTAR, and I also serve as a SCAR representative at the annual CAMLAR meetings.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Birgit Njåstad. I'm the leader of the Antarctic program at the Norwegian Polar Institute. So I work with Antarctic issues, but I live in the Arctic, so I can be bipolar.
Excellent. And just so we get to know each other a little bit better, this is going to be some audience participation. I'm going to say some things, and if it applies to you, if you can put your hand up, that would be great. So to start us off, put your hand up if you're an academic. Got a few people? Okay, put your hand up if you're a policy person. A policy person. Great, and put your hands up if you're a business kind of a person. Not many people here. Okay, and put your hand up if you live in the Arctic. Oh, there's quite a few people. I would say put your hands up if you live in the Antarctic, but I'm not imagining. Oh, definitely. Okay, try live in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, a few. Okay. Put your hand up if you're specialised in the Arctic. Put your hand up if you specialise in the Antarctic. That's quite an even split. That's great. Okay. We'll get on with the panel now. So, I am an odd kind of a postdoc. I work partly with the World Economic Forum and partly with the University of Exeter. And the reason why the World Economic Forum have become interested in the poles is because, firstly, as we discussed yesterday, they're warming faster than anywhere else on Earth. And what happens at the poles doesn't stay in the poles. And so it's really interesting for global businesses to think about how what is happening at the poles will affect them. And that opens up opportunities for public-private cooperation. So if I think Cassandra can start us off, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about how the poles are critical to the functioning of global Earth systems.
Yeah, thanks. So I want to start actually with sharing with all of you that before Antarctica was discovered, before we knew the continent even existed, the ancient Greeks insisted that a great southern land must exist in symmetry with the landmass of the north. They said that without that southern land, the entire world would topple over. And I love that metaphor because, of course, now scientists have documented that this is true, that Antarctica, as well as the Arctic, is critical to the functioning of the Earth systems, with the Southern Ocean driving global ocean circulation, bringing nutrients across the world, and with the Southern Ocean storing disproportionate amounts of carbon and heat, as we heard about yesterday. And in doing so, it's actually buffered the impacts of climate change for the rest of the world. And of course, with the Arctic and the Antarctic both storing the majority of the world's fresh water, regulating sea level. But I want to highlight it's not just the functioning of the Earth's systems that's so important about the poles, it's also polar diplomacy and how that actually protects global peace. And I want to share with you that in the Antarctic in particular, we have this rich history of exploration and science that has created an international framework for collaboration. And in that collaboration, scientists can work side by side despite diplomatic tensions. And there used to be incredible diplomatic tensions in the Antarctic. In fact, by the 1940s, countries had divided up Antarctica like a pie, making sovereignty claims, some of them overlapping. We had the United States and USSR, each reserving their right to claim the entire continent. And in the 40s and into the 50s, we even had the United States sending thousands of troops to Antarctica to train their soldiers to fight in high Arctic-like conditions. And in an incredible turn of events, and maybe some of you are familiar with this story, it was through the scientific collaboration of the International Geophysical Year in 1957-58, which was focused on Antarctica, which led directly to a political collaboration and the signing of the Antarctic Treaty in 1959, which sets aside the entire continent for the sake of peace and science indefinitely. And the Antarctic remains one of our largest nuclear-free zones. And I highlight this because it's protecting the poles is critical to protecting all of us, but it's not just protecting the environment, which we need to do. I would say it's also protecting polar diplomacy through continued peace and science at the poles. Thanks.
Okay, what would you say is the most important physical impact of climate change at the poles? Open up to anybody, whoever wants to come in on that.
Yeah. I mean, to say one, I think would be really difficult. We heard so much yesterday about how we don't actually understand the cumulative impacts, and we heard a lot about sea level and how that would impact flooding in so many places, but also just the Southern Ocean is becoming saturated with carbon and heat, and we're going to start to feel the impacts of that across the world in the form of extreme events and fire and things that affect all of our lives.
That's great. And I think, Snorri, would you like to elaborate on what you think the most urgent threats are to the poles?
Well, I come from the world of biodiversity policy, so in my view, the global issue of the global biodiversity crisis and how that is manifested in the polar region is a huge concern. And through its circumpolar biodiversity monitoring project, CAF has produced reports on the state of the Arctic ecosystems, and it's clear that the general drivers that are behind biodiversity decline globally are all present in the polar regions, at least in the Arctic. But climate change is definitely top of the list as the most important driver. And these reports show clear signs that climate change is causing quite drastic ecosystem disruptions. And it's a complex interplay of processes that are shifting the effects of extreme events. And it's causing ecosystem structure, function, and resilience to be quite drastically altered. And this is, of course, impacting individual species, as these monitoring reports show. There are changes in their distributions, in their temporal life histories, and breeding success, and eventually survival. And sadly, that is being shown as some species are declining, populations are declining in different areas of the Arctic. And this, of course, also impacts the local communities in the Arctic that really rely on the biodiversity, for example, for food security. So that's a huge concern.
And how, as you talked about how climate change is the major driver of change at the poles, so how do we deal with the cumulative impact of local impacts with the impacts of climate change?
Well, it's difficult because the monitoring that is required to identify the general trends is still too fragmented. So we have a general picture, but there are still important knowledge gaps that need to be filled. And then we need to assess how the situation is having impact locally, because the actions need to be modified and implemented at a local level. And that's why it's so important to strengthen the baseline research and the monitoring network all across the Arctic, which requires a lot of collaboration and capacity building.
Birgit, did you want to say something on this as well?
Yes, thank you. And coming from the from the Antarctic perspective, then I'll add on to what Snorri says here. In the Antarctic as well, of course, we've heard, and Cassandra here reminded us of the global implications of changes in Antarctica. But also in Antarctica, we see the ecosystem changes in Antarctica itself on both system level, on biodiversity level, on species level, and so on. And we see the risk of introduction of new species, and so on, as a consequence of the global changes. And we need to recognize that part of Antarctica as well in the global change situation. We hear a lot, I think, in principle about the importance of Antarctica to the global system, but also Antarctica is changing in itself. On top of the climate change, there is increasing activity in Antarctica. Of course, Antarctica is a continent without its own population, but the activity level is increasing both in science, which is nice. We see more stations being built these days. We see tourism levels increasing quite drastically. I think last year, if I'm not wrong, there was more than 100,000 tourists visiting the continent. And we see that they increase their geographic scope, their type of activity scope, and all the consequences of that, both in general, but also because of the more easy access. And then to add on from Snorri again, we don't have enough scientific understanding of the system itself, and certainly not of how it's changing. And then we add on all this new activity, which mostly takes place in the same sensitive areas of Antarctica. And I have to say, just to wrap up that sort of long introduction, is that maybe cumulative impact, as you asked about, is one of the most challenging issues we face in Antarctica, for Antarctica itself. So that's an add-on to Snorri's. It's the same in the Antarctic as in the Arctic.
Moving back to the Arctic, I was wondering, how do all of these pressures affect the lives and livelihoods of Arctic populations? Ella Moretta, would you like to speak on that?
Thank you. Well, I start to say that there's indigenous peoples in the Arctic, and I think it's important that we just keep the terminology and recognize that there's actually peoples in the Arctic, indigenous peoples. So that's first. And the second point that I want to make is the Sami Council has been working with climate issues for a long period of time. We have contributed to different research processes, research projects with information about our findings and our knowledge, and also contributed to different international negotiations on climate. But what we figured out was that we need to go back to our own communities and increase our own knowledge, and to start a more comprehensive work on how we can work with the impacts of climate change. And therefore, in last year, we published a report called the Sami Climate Report, with an overview of the effects of the best science that we have at this stage, and suggesting some path forwards. And I think that is a new approach for indigenous peoples to really understand what the science says and combine it with our own findings. So you can find the report on our webpage. And what we saw was when we had testimonies from Sami knowledge holders, we found that we have already adapted very much to climate crisis and adjusted to the climate crisis, and it has impact on our activities and our cultural practices. And it was due to things like unsafe ice. It's a snow condition that is changing that we're not acquainted with, and how they impact the increased risks for injuries for indigenous peoples living out on the land, for instance. It's new seasonal weather conditions that we need to cope with. And other things that the knowledge holders talked about was changes in the species that we find in the Arctic, the distribution and abundance of species. So I think those are interesting findings, and it links to the science, and it's an interesting way to how we can bring back the knowledge and make it relevant also for indigenous communities. And this report is also written in Sami language, which is important when it comes to dissemination of information to the people that we're actually talking about, the people living in the Arctic. So yeah, I think that is a good document to actually see how the direct consequences and the impact. Thank you.
I just want to add to this, because I mean, so I think sometimes we saw half the room here is working with the Arctic, the other half is working with Antarctica, and sometimes it's good to get a reality check of who is it that is living in the Arctic region. Is 4 million people. It's not a lot. So the effects from CO2 emissions globally is having a massive impact on a very few amount of people. We know that the melting of both poles has an impact on the whole globe. We have heard that a lot yesterday. The biodiversity crisis has an impact on everyone, not just the people in the Arctic. But if we really care about the people of the Arctic that we heard a lot about, I mean, they're really feeling the impact. We heard about the Samis, but it goes across the Arctic region. It goes when it comes to infrastructures. Roads are being damaged when permafrost is melting. A lot of energy companies are struggling with the challenges of permafrost melting. And there is also, I mean, now I want to give you 2 examples very briefly. One is we talk about the changes of species are moving to new places. I mean, some are moving further north, some are moving further south, but we also have more and more invasive species coming in and hurting the main industry, which is the fishing industry. I mean, that has been the main industry for years. And for example, I mean, let's take sea urchins eating all the kelp along the coast of Norway, or you got the whole, the king crab industry is collapsing in Alaska. That has a massive impact on local communities when it comes to food security. But the way to actually mitigate this, because now the invasive species are already coming down, is saying, you know, can we commercialize, you know, eating the sea urchins that is an invasive species, or the king crab, or can we find a way to actually capture the Pacific salmon before it takes over the wild salmon of Norway? So doing this, we need to work with the private sector and the local communities that actually lives up there, because those are the people who will eat those invasive species or catch them. Secondly, just very briefly, I want to talk about, we talked about indigenous knowledge and the importance, and I want to give you an example of a great company that is combining Western knowledge, whatever we call it, science with indigenous knowledge, and that's Polar Symposium. It's an Alaskan indigenous-owned company that is using machine learning and artificial intelligence to help the Nunavut Fisheries Association in Nunavut, guiding them where the sea ice will be and where the fish will be, not in 10 years or in 5 years, but next week. So what they do is they take big data sources of climate data and meteorological data for many, many years, and then they have gone out to interview the elders along the coast, and they asked them, before we collected science data, meteorological data, where did you use to catch the fish? And all of this is being put into this AI model, and now it's actually being used to guide the fishermen so they know more precisely where the sea ice will be, but also where the best possibilities of catching fish will be. So this is a way of actually merging technology and indigenous knowledge and benefiting the local communities. Thank you.
So building on all of these and what Ellen, Merta, and Mats was talking about, I'm also coming from the Arctic perspective, of course. I mean, it's very much what we've been talking about, right? This perfect storm that's coming from the impacts of climate change, of course, impacting on the physiological environment, but then of course adding to that the dynamic type of change that we're seeing there, but then adding on to that, of course, the effects that's having on people, the changes in human behaviors, and how that's also compacting and adding on to these challenges that are happening. And what we're seeing is that what's happening here is it's a battle for space that we're seeing up in the Arctic, right? As these new species are moving in, where do they find space compared to the existing space? Where the whales were migrating versus the ships that are now wanting to come into all of this, and all of those kinds of impacts on these. We have again, if I stick with the shipping, of course, with the opening of the Arctic Ocean and the ships increasing there, on the one hand, that's a great opportunity. They are absolutely essential to service the communities that are living up there, but they are also in competition geographically in space with where the whales are migrating. And we're seeing changes in their behaviors. We're seeing that impacts on many of the indigenous communities and their relationships and their abilities to continue living off of the whales as they had before, et cetera, et cetera. So you have these impacts, these spatial battle for space. And the challenge is for us then to see, given a lot of the unknowns that we have already in these areas, the unknowns with this dynamic change that's happening, how can we help as academics towards policymakers to see how can we help make decisions with this future planning, right? How do we help the species be able to find new appropriate areas for them to live in this changing climate? Are we able to say that? How do we find space and that compromise between the needs of the nature in terms of needs of the human activities, et cetera, et cetera? How can we plan for these things, not based on, most of the work that we do is based on historical information, right? And we need to make these, and the decisions that we're making is for the future, and where are those things going to be? How can we try to bring all of that together?
Thank you. That brings it really nicely on to my next question, which is how can we ensure that the best available science is used for the basis of precautionary management in a changing polar environment? Birgit, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I got caught up in the engaged speech over there. It was very well put. Thank you very much. Yes, science as a basis for policy making is important. I'm going to come from the Antarctic again. I hope that is okay. And I think as a starting point, I would like to say that the treaty system in Antarctica is really well based in having science as the starting point for its decision making. It's there in the treaty, and in particularly in the environmental protocol under the Antarctic Treaty, which states that parties shall develop their their policies on drawing on the best available science. I think that's the wording that is used. So science is regulated as, and science and knowledge is regulated as a fundament in the policy shaping in Antarctica. So in principle, there is a robust system in place. The Scientific Committee for Antarctic Research, SCAR, is a sort of a solid advisor to the Antarctic Treaty System, with the science collected by the entire international science community funneled into advice or policy-ready science for shaping the policy. In addition, there's a Committee for Environmental Protection, which is a technical and scientific committee that also should draw on the best available science to give advice to the treaty parties. But I think that we see, and I think this is not only in our system, and maybe we meet it all over, that the understanding of and use of best available science is a challenge these days. There's different interpretations of what best available science is, how it should be used, and what weight it should have in drawing on. And there is a tendency to that lack of science means the inability to make policy decisions, which, coming back to the speech over on the other side here, is giving us a big problem, I guess, to say it a bit simple. So it's becoming a stumbling block to the balanced and precautionary management that we need for these areas. And again, maybe pointing more to a challenge than a solution, but finding the key to remove this stumbling block is really going to be a key issue forward if we're not going to lose time in these important questions.
If I can just add, I think if we look at the Central High Ocean Fisheries Agreement, that's a good way where policy is actually guiding, where science is guiding policy to a very good example. So basically, we have taken all the mistakes that we've done the last 100 years and said, okay, let's just try to do it differently in the Central Arctic Ocean. So we know that, unfortunately, it's going to melt, and there will be less and less sea ice in the Central Arctic Ocean, but let's try to get science to estimate, when and the impact, what will happen, also what will happen to the fish living there, the species, and so on. And let's use science to guide policy making. So I think personally, I think the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement is great when it comes to science guiding policy, but it's also great of showing how collaboration between China, the EU, Russia, the US, Japan, Korea can still meet on something so important as the poles and science. So just to add on that as an example.
Yeah, I think the question about what is the best available science is an interesting question in itself. Who defines what's the best available science? And who decide how to use it? And for whom? I think it becomes a question about power dynamics. And it's also a question about how we together can make knowledge more democratized, right? And into that discussion comes how indigenous knowledge can be part of our knowledge base. So it also becomes the best available science, which we can make sound and good decision-making processes. And that is something that the Sami Council is always pushing for and trying to find ways of how we can do this, because we see as the climate crisis is approaching faster and faster, we also experience knowledge gaps, right? And how can these knowledge gaps be addressed? And one of the recommendations in the Sami climate report that I made reference to in my introductory speech indicates that we need to strengthen Sami institutions and knowledge hubs on local level to be able to respond to local needs and make Sápmi a stable and a robust partner in collaborative climate governance. Because we see that the global research community approaches very often and often with predefined questions. And based on that experience, last year we also, together with some academic partners in Europe, we launched a roadmap on how Arctic research can be decolonized and what role can the funder play in order to make sure that the calls for knowledge is designed so they also covers and closes our knowledge gaps. So we're trying to take a more proactive role in this discussion to make it more better geared towards tackling the climate crisis also for us as indigenous peoples.
Thank you. Cassandra raised a point earlier about how indigenous worldviews could be incorporated into Antarctic science as well as Arctic science. Would you like to expand a bit on that?
Sure. You know, in recent years, there's been increasing evidence of indigenous connections, not just to the Arctic, but to the Antarctic, in particular the Southern Ocean, especially for Southern Hemisphere states, with some old stories being emerging of these connections, which is really exciting because, as far as I know, there's been no indigenous voices in the Antarctic Treaty System yet. But there is this increasing pressure from communities to include that, and I don't know what that's going to look like yet. Whether that will come in through national governments versus having an observer body, but there does seem to be more and more discussion about them in the Antarctic, which is exciting. So.
I could just add to that one. I mean, the IPBS, right? The Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecological Services, they've talked as well about the plurality in worldview values, right? And the importance of acknowledging, the importance of acknowledging these in terms of how we see nature. What is the role of nature? What is the value of nature? Does it have a value of its own intrinsically, or is it primarily for the value that it provides to us humans for our use versus its intrinsic? The relational values that it has, etc. So I mean, you know, even at that intergovernmental level, there is a strong acknowledgement for the importance of recognizing these different values and bringing those perspectives in as we are doing our research, as we are looking into these, to be able to capture all of that. So I think that it's, you know, obviously important within the Arctic, where you do have different groups who are living there, indigenous groups, local communities, businesses coming in, etc., but also in the Antarctic, as it's part of our world.
Yes, and in the Arctic, partnership with indigenous groups has always been a cornerstone within the Arctic Council framework, and CAF is no exception, and that is evident in many projects. But more recently, there has been a clear priority to integrate co-production of knowledge as a fundamental principle when structuring and organizing research programs and monitoring projects. And a recent example is the Arctic Coastal Biodiversity Monitoring Plan, which was approved a few years ago. And it involved a clear goal of incorporating science and indigenous knowledge right from the beginning. And that was done by workshops and other ways of consulting, bringing together scientists and knowledge holders all across the Arctic. And one way that was accomplished was by the production of the key indicators to monitor biodiversity changes in the coastal areas. And coastal areas are of big importance to many indigenous communities because that's where many of them live. And in addition to more traditional focal ecosystem components like the status of certain species, like seabirds, for an example, that can be monitored with standard criteria like changes in population size and breeding success, etc. There were added criteria that were gained from the knowledge holders that provide very important information about how the indigenous people detect changes. For example, changes in the timing of the arrival of these seabirds to their breeding areas or wintering areas, changes in harvesting success, and even changes in the produce itself, the meat, the flavor, the color, the texture, etc. And these are very important parameters to be added to the monitoring framework. The big challenge is now to implement this framework, and that is early days still. And it will require, of course, adjusting it to local conditions with an equitable approach, because as we know, the Arctic is a very vast area and there's great diversity in how traditional knowledge is created and how it is utilized.
Thank you. I was wondering, what are the existing collaborations amongst different stakeholders, rights holders, and institutions, just both polar and global? And are there any examples of some successful cooperation? Vicky or Matt?
I just want to give one example, and I also just want to comment on Vicky, just to wake people up here in the morning, because I always say that when you, and I've been thinking a lot about your comment on battle for space in the Arctic, and I think it's really unfortunate to take that vocabulary about battle for space into the Arctic. I don't think that's what we need. I mean, walking around Monaco, I see considerably more battle for space than I do when I take hikes in the northern part of Norway. And I 4 million people in this vast territory, and then, you know, weaponizing the language. I think we just have to be careful. That's, you know, that my own opinion living up there, that we don't see it as battles necessarily. We can disagree or agree, like when you do a new parking lot in Stockholm, there's also disagreements or agreements, but it's all about priorities. So it's not battles. We're not fighting. There's rules and governance. One good, and to answer your question about the good examples, I think the Arctic Hub is a good example in Greenland. So the Arctic Hub was created just a few years ago because a lot of scientists were flying in, flying out, and no knowledge was left behind for people in Greenland. Very little, like a lot of scientists would come in, they would buy food, for example, or they would buy all their infrastructure, all the equipment they needed. They would buy it in X country they came from. They will fly into Greenland, do their research, doing what they call research season, what the rest of us call either hunting season or summer season. So they will fly in, do their research, and leave again. So what they were trying to do with Arctic Hub was saying, let's try to coordinate all this science. Let's try to actually benefit the local communities. So you end up buying the products, you buy the services from the local communities, instead of flying it in, or instead of coming with all the infrastructure yourself. And it's been a great success after very, very few years. Now, before, they didn't know who was actually doing research in their country. Now they know a lot more, just simply because there's coordination. So having like a central coordinating organization locally, I think is a big help. And I really think Arctic Hub has done an amazing work getting all that information. But again, that's just a few years ago, and there's been research in Greenland for hundreds of years.
Sandra, you're eager with your microphone there.
Go ahead.
You want to come in on that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, can I just launch into a success story maybe from the Antarctic that I really wanted to share with this group? And I really wish all of you could have been in the room on October 28th in 2016 when CAMLAR, which is the body that manages the Southern Ocean, actually came together and protected the Ross Sea. And it's an amazing story of international collaboration. It took 14 years of effort, of scientific effort and public engagement and political diplomacy that led to that moment. And I wish I had more time to share with you the incredible amount of media that was created in support of protecting the Ross Sea, the efforts to bring it to policymakers and to the public, the way the Ross Sea was actually branded as the last ocean to really get in people's minds this idea of this place, and the award-winning documentary and book that we delivered directly to CAMLAR decision makers. There also was an incredible flood of science. We hear about best available science. There was an incredible amount of science put together in support of the Ross Sea, and it was actually the United States and New Zealand who put together a formal policy proposal and brought it to CAMLAR. CAMLAR meets in Hobart, Tasmania, Australia every October, and there are so many stories of the many, many years of negotiations and negotiations that went on through all hours of the night as diplomats tried to find a way to move towards consensus. And there was an incredible moment in the United States when our former US Secretary of State, John Kerry, really took on leadership for a Ross Sea Marine Protected Area and committed to achieving it during his term. And the stories we heard from our friends in the White House of President Obama incorporating the MPA into climate negotiations with China to get that to move it forward, or the incredible efforts we heard about of many people working within Russia to find political levers of influence including efforts of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco. So there's so many stories in there over these 14 years. But back to that moment in the room, October 28th, 2016, this room of stoic, suit-wearing diplomats, in that moment we achieved consensus. They exploded in applause. Countries were hugging countries, people were crying. It was this incredible environmental win, this incredible gift to future generations. But it felt like so much more than that. It felt like the signing of the treaty at the height of the Cold War, like it was a diplomatic win, and it showed that despite political tensions between some countries, that the Antarctic is this space where we can still do exceptional things, where we can still dedicate places to peace and science. And it's an incredible source of pride now for CAMLAR and for all for really the global community, because the Ross Sea Marine Protected Area is currently the largest in the world, which is really remarkable. And I think what we learned through that is we can do these really big things. We can do these international collaborations if we work across the science, policy, and public interface. We have to engage everybody in those communities, but we learned that it is possible if you work long enough at it.
Thank you. I would say that the Arctic Council is a good practice for many reasons. Well, first of all, linking back to what Snorre said about the recognition of indigenous knowledge into knowledge production. I think the Arctic Council has been a sphere in setting focus on it and had been quite dedicated to actually make it happen. It's not perfect, but it's moving in the right direction. And it's also an interesting discussion when you have indigenous peoples, you have scientists, researchers, and policymakers at the same table, and see the magic that can take place when these three groups meet and want to have a constructive discussion about what can be done and how knowledge can be produced. But of course, it also mirrors back on the funders when it comes to what kind of knowledge they want us to explore. And we have seen a tendency to where the funding calls are putting a request on the research project to have some kind of dialogue or some kind of incorporation of indigenous peoples into the research project. And that's great. I mean, we have talked for such a long period of time to achieve that. And now we're slowly getting there. But us as indigenous peoples on the receiving end, we don't have the capacity to actually make that process relevant and good and be like a reliable partner for the researchers, and perhaps even the researchers don't know how to navigate in this landscape. So I think there is also, we need to raise the question about what kind of obligations does the funder of these research calls have in order to put us, indigenous peoples and researchers, in a position where we actually can have a good platform for co-producing knowledge. So I think we're in the phase 2 now, like where, okay, we have the expectations from the funders, but now we need to see, okay, how can we implement those parts of it? And the third point I want to circulate back to is what Matt said, that there's enough room in the Arctic for most things. Well, first of all, I would say the Arctic is not like an empty place. There's peoples living there. There's already existing businesses, and new businesses are coming in, and that create conflicts. Yesterday, I mentioned that we see a tendency that wind turbines are preferred over trees, to put it bluntly. But the point is still there. We need to have a sound discussion about how we do this and not just perceive the Arctic as an empty space, because that will color what kind of conversations and dialogue we will have.
You were asking before about some good examples about integrating indigenous knowledge towards policies, and I wanted to raise the example that Matt had talked about before with the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, which hopefully most of you in the room know about quite a bit, but which is really quite groundbreaking, I would say, for 3 reasons. One of the ones was what Matt was talking about already in terms of the governance and the broadness of it, including both Arctic and non-Arctic states. But the other one, of course, is the inclusion of the precautionary principle. We're using the precautionary principle where they put on that moratorium for the first 16 years of any commercial fishing, which is just fantastic, right? And then allowing the science then to study and see what kind of exploratory fishing is possible. They have the specific scientific committee to look at that. But the third area that I think is also so unique and interesting with the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement is the inclusion of indigenous knowledge, right? Where it's specifically written in there that it must be included. So the framework that the Central Arctic Ocean Framework Agreement has set up is groundbreaking and extremely, extremely interesting. And of course, it's very early days, and we'll have to see how that, how it goes, what kind of research is done, and what the policymakers decide to do with that research. But the groundwork that framework is extremely interesting to see. But again, raising what Elamerta was talking about, so it's got that clause in there about including indigenous knowledge. In which ways do they do that? How early? How do they make sure that the right questions are being asked when looking at this? How are they helping with the implementation to capacitate and ensure that the indigenous peoples are able to truly engage and support and contribute into these? So there's so many of these questions. And again, that foundational framework is extremely interesting to see. And it's really now on the onus of all of the actors that are part of CALFA to see what they do with that.
Thanks. It's really great to hear all of these positive examples of collaboration at the poles. And I don't really want to put a downer on it, but the biggest pressure on the poles is global climate change. And what can the polar community do to address this problem? Birgit, would you like to say something on that?
Yes, thank you. Well, just to start, I think with looking at the success side first, and I'll move over to the issue, because I think also to again in the Antarctic to raise like you did, Cassandra, the Antarctic Treaty System itself is a success for policy making in Antarctica, I would say, and the environmental protocol, which sets aside the whole continent as a nature reserve for peace and science, has shaped the last 30 years policies that have pulled countries and members with a lot of different ideas and thoughts as a basis together in the same direction to protect this wonderful continent, and allowing for activities within that framework. So that's in itself a success story, and in that success story there's been a lot of work done on shaping good local guidance for ensuring that activities do not impact more than necessary on the environment. I'm making this story very easy now, of course, but we come back to the issue that we've been talking about all these 2 days, is that the biggest impact is climate change, as you just said, and that is caused by greenhouse gas emission, and that is not happening in Antarctica and not so much in the Arctic either. So whatever we do on local scale is not going to help in the long run with these big changes. And how can we? I mean, in Antarctica, there's a large focus, both by national science operators, by the tourism industry, to be green, to look at the energy systems, to look at how they operate to ensure that the greenhouse emissions are as low as possible. But these are minute in the big picture. It's not helping anything to be a bit sort of dramatic on it. And we can talk about it like we're doing now, and we need to continue to do that and raise this issue into the global discussions. But what more can we do to ensure that the world, I guess, really understands that what is happening in other parts of the world is impacting these important areas that are impacting back on the whole society. So again, I'm not coming with any answers. I'm just seeing that this is actually one of the biggest spagat in Norwegian, standing in two camps, and we're not succeeding.
Obviously, the main impacts, emitters of climate change is coming from outside of the Arctic. But that said, WWF actually did a report towards the climate COP in COP28, looking at oil and gas production trends within the Arctic. And if you look at essentially just what has been already approved, what is going on now, and what has been approved to be exploited and produced in the future. I think it was by 2030, it will already be, and this is production within the Arctic, will already be at about 2 times the levels of what would be needed to be on track for a 1.5 degree trend. We'd be at 2 times that level of production within the Arctic by 2030. When you look at 2040, 2050, it'll be 7 times above where we need to be on track for that 1.5 degrees trend. And that's production within the Arctic. So yes, there's a lot that's being done and predominantly outside, but there's a lot that could be done within the Arctic as well.
Just to follow up on this, I always like to paraphrase John F. Kennedy when he and say, don't ask what the world can do for the Arctic, but what can the Arctic do for the world? Because we have a lot of the solutions in the Arctic that the rest of the world needs. So in 2050, we will be 9.7 billion people on this planet. We need to eat a lot more food, proteins, and it preferably should not be from meat. We need to eat more sustainably caught fish, for example. A lot of that fish you will find in the Arctic. We know to reach our climate ambitions, our climate goals, to reach this just transitions, we need a lot more metals. So we need a lot more raw materials. We need around 7 times the amount that we are currently exploring today. Right now, most of you probably have a smartphone. Most of the cobalt comes from the Democratic Republic of Congo, where there is currently a war. You also have cobalt all across the Arctic region. Rare earth elements, most of it comes from China. You can also find that in Greenland or Canada, for that matter. But we need all of this if we want to drive electric vehicles or if you want renewable energy. So we need that, or we need it somewhere else. And then the question is northern part of Finland better or worse than a war zone in Congo with child labor? That's the decision that people have to make if they say no to mining in the Arctic. And then the last thing is energy. So if you look at energy, traditionally oil and gas, yes. We talked a lot about indigenous knowledge. You got a group of indigenous elders in Alaska saying, we want to have oil and gas exploration in our community because you guys are not offering an alternative. So I agree with Vicky. Yes, we need to phase out oil and gas, but what is the alternative that is offered for jobs? How do we achieve the just transition? And I think that question is still to be answered when it comes to the Arctic. What's the alternative jobs you're going to offer? Greenland hasn't signed yet the Paris Agreement. There's a reason for this, because they say we want to develop as a nation. You cannot just stop us. But we also know that the energy sector is changing a lot, that we will, in the future, most of our energy will hopefully be hydrogen, or ammonia, methanol, some forms. We need to produce a lot more renewable energy, a lot more. And that could also come from the Arctic, because you cannot just put up a wind turbine in Paris or Berlin or London. You need to put up wind turbines somewhere, and you cannot just put them anywhere, because it needs to be where the wind is blowing the best possible if you want to be efficient. So if you want to reach the green transition, we need more metals, we need more green energy, and that has to be produced somewhere. So, and if you don't want it in the Arctic, then it has to be somewhere else. So I think the Arctic can provide all of this to the world if we're ready for it.
Yeah, actually, I feel like, Mads, I'm not going to try to totally contradict you, but you can tell we didn't rehearse any of this. But I kept thinking about, we know we need to reduce emissions immediately, which ties to some of the solutions you were highlighting. However, I would say we know that the poles are critically important. We know that they're perhaps more vulnerable than some of the other places, especially to warming. And so part of what we've been working on in the Antarctic, and I know there's efforts in the Arctic, is setting up large-scale marine protected areas. And not only can those help the ecosystem potentially adapt, give it time to adapt as the environment is changing, reduce some of those human stressors. So we might think about where can we develop and where should we absolutely not develop, what areas might be more resilient, might be climate refugia, and making sure we protect those. But the other thing is there's more and more research suggesting that large-scale protected areas can actually be a climate solution as well, and even things like ensuring that we're, say, managing krill to ensure the recovery of whales, because the role of whales is so huge in the carbon cycle, even the role of krill is so huge. So I think we need to think a bit more broadly about how much the ocean has done for us in terms of storing carbon, in terms of just helping us against climate change, and how can we protect the ocean or manage the ocean in such a way that it's not just resilient, but also it's a climate solution, and we know we can do that.
Go ahead, Snorri, if you've got a quick comment, because I want to open up the floor.
Just very quick, I want to agree with Cassandra's point of view here. It's very crucial that we align these key actions to battle the climate change with the biodiversity actions. It's not easy. There are many conflicts, particularly regarding the energy solutions, and we are already seeing these conflicts having a huge impact in the Arctic in particular, and indigenous communities are objecting to many of those solutions, for example, in Scandinavia. And this is just a key element that needs to be considered at all points. And thankfully, now the UN conventions on climate change and biodiversity are putting more effort in synergizing their strategies. It has taken a while, but we're seeing it moving in the right direction. And that is very crucial, so we do not create more problems with the solutions we're trying to use.
Marta, if you want to be very, very brief.
I will be quick. I think it's an contradiction when the like this. Yeah, I think it's a contradiction when the business sector says that we need to destroy nature in order to save nature. It doesn't make sense to me. And I think also by continuing that argument, by raising populistic arguments like either you choose to support child labor, or you're willing to sacrifice indigenous cultures. I think those kind of arguments will not bring us forward. And I think that just links us back to the first question that we opened the panel with, like, what is the best available science? How can we bring us forward? And I think those are the kind of questions that we need to raise. And I think, I hope everyone in this room agrees that we cannot continue business as usual, because that is what made us, or that's what's created this mess. I think we need to be able to talk about modesty. It means that we need to consume less. Perhaps we cannot come to Monaco like so often that we want to do. I mean, we need to change our own mindset, and we need to be frank about it, and we need to be willing to do that if we're serious about the climate crisis.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
To the panelists. And Marta, thank you so much for, bringing truth to reality here. And yeah, we can't be, consuming and thinking our world is going to continue to exist. Mads, I want to express some concerns that, and I guess because I'm a meat eater. So, my meat is about caribou and moose, bison, muskrat, beavers. It's not about beef or chicken or pigs. So when you use words like that, I think you have to be explaining to us very carefully, what you're referencing. The other thing is when you're saying the world needs fish and that the fish should come from the Arctic, well, what do you think we're going to live on? So when you're making these kinds of suggestions or solutions, then I really hope that we're not just extracting a resource for the global desires and needs from indigenous lifeways and livelihoods as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a little bit difficult to hear some of the questions. Unfortunately, my hearing is very bad and the acoustic is not great in here. But some of what I heard, regarding the fish, first of all, we have to remember that we have, again, I said it 3 times already, but we have 4 million people in the Arctic. 10% are indigenous. We are also 90% non-indigenous, who has also been living there for hundreds and thousands of years. But I want to take the case, you mentioned the fish, or what should we eat and exporting. 98% of Greenland's export is from fish. 98%. This is a country where 95% are indigenous, is indigenous-run government. 95% of their main source of income is from fish. It's exporting to the whole world. So there is an opportunity to benefit local communities, also indigenous communities, because most of those fishermen along the coast as well are indigenous. But they're exporting. You need to make money. I've been in many discussions or panels with representatives from the Sami Council who wants to export the reindeer meat to international market. I have read reports from the Sami Council saying we want to export our meat to international market because reindeer herding is also a business. Like, you're exporting everything. So this is what I mean, that we don't eat all the resources. It's like, I just came back from China. In China, they have several stories high pig farming inside the cities. I mean, that's not very sustainable in any kind of way. But there will be a lot more people who need to eat food. We are all very privileged, all of us sitting in this room. We have a lot of people, more than 1.5 billion people, that don't live for more than a few dollars a day. They expect to have the same quality of life as all of us living here. So yes, we have to consume less, but we also have to lift 2 billion people on this planet out of poverty. How are they going to eat more? How are they going to consume more resources or more energy? Are we going to tell them that, no, you cannot be in the same position as we are? So they need to eat more food. They need to have more resources. We talk about using science as a base for decision. I will be happy if I can be proven wrong, but we need a lot more green energy in the world. If someone can show me that we can do with less green energy, I will be very happy to see it. And for that green energy, we need more raw materials. So we need to find solutions for this. And I'm not about destroying nature. I didn't use that term, and I didn't say this is what we want to do. This is our home as well. I mean, for those of us living there, we don't have an interest in destroying nature. No one has an interest in that. But we have an interest in saying we have a massive challenge in front of us, and the solutions, we all globally need to work on that. We cannot just, close down 2 poles and says, that's it, those are different. Everyone else has to bear the burden for the just transition. And we can have the conversation afterwards, because I didn't hear all the questions, so I'll be happy to answer more afterwards.
If I could just jump in there. Sorry, Matt, I have to comment back on that. As a person who has spent most of my career working in the global south, in Africa, in Southeast Asia, these issues of poverty, of food security, of energy security, water security are very acute to me as well. I'm very aware of that. So I am very, very sympathetic to and feel very strongly about that. That said, I would build on what Elamerita was saying before about how we maybe need to be changing our mindsets in terms of how we go about trying to supply resource for all of these increasing mouths, and not just constantly looking for more and more, but seeing how we can do more with what we already have. How we can be decreasing food waste, There's huge amounts of food that's wasted along the chain. How we can be doing more around energy efficiency, how we can be doing more about recycling in terms of critical minerals. Again, WWF a couple of years ago put out a report saying that we could actually satisfy a large proportion of the critical mineral needs in the future if we were better at actually recycling. So maybe we should start by increasing our innovations and our research and our knowledge around those things before we go for the easy outs of the way we've always done things and trying to extract more and more.
Thank you. Does anyone else have a succinct question they want to ask?
Good morning. My name is Sam Dupont. I'm working at the University of Gothenburg in Sweden and here at the Ocean Acidification International Coordination Center of the IAEA.
Can you
Shall I speak up? Yeah, sorry about this. So Sam Dupont, University of Gothenburg and the IAEA here in Monaco. So I'm a scientist. I'm a marine biologist and I want to make 2 points. Sure, but for what reason? We need action-oriented monitoring. I'm a biologist. I can tell you that the way of thinking today is based on all ecotoxicological thinking, like you have threshold, once you reach them, it's bad. That doesn't work for climate change. You need to consider not only the exposure, but also the sensitivity, and we need local ecological knowledge to do that, and it's very, very limited today, especially in the context of multiple stressors and so on. So I think there is a stronger need in discussing what we really need in terms of science if we really want to have what you guys discuss about, like management based on science. We are far from that. It's completely science fiction today. That was my first point. And the second point is about the fact that I have the impression that we discuss about indigenous knowledge as something that needs to be incorporated in Western science. And I think at least in some of the discussions, and that's not how it should be. It's two different tools. And my opinion would be that if we are really serious about protecting the polar areas, we should leave indigenous peoples take care of it, because that's what they have been doing forever. And going over there and telling them what to do is, or even collect the knowledge and incorporate into Western science, is going to be very inefficient. So if we're really serious, I think that's the way to go, is not going there exploiting in a sustainable way, because that's not going to happen, not in the short term. So being a scientist, I have the impression that we go there and tell the expert what they should do. They know better. I think that would be my perspective on that. So I think that's, I know it's not a question. It's more like maybe some ideas that maybe we should discuss later during the panel discussion. Thank you.
Does anyone have anything to add?
Just to say, it was very, very difficult to hear because we only get the speakers, we only get the bounce. I mean, we get this bounce back on the sound. Did anyone?
Okay, does anyone have a really short question to ask that's loud and we can hear it?
Good morning. I'll try and be short and loud. My name is Rasmus Bertelsen. I'm a professor of Arctic International Relations from the Arctic University of Norway in Tromsø. One of my activities is the Norway-EU Science Diplomacy Network. My question is how the Arctic is part of global complex political economic systems. So, as a political scientist, I often observe that my colleagues in natural sciences and climate biodiversity are very comfortable dealing with global complex environmental systems. I think we often, when we look at the place of the Arctic or the Antarctic in global complex social systems, politics, economics, security, then it gets a lot more wobbly. And I think, for example, the idea of Arctic exceptionalism, which I don't think is valid, has been a very poor guide. Some of the panelists have touched upon how the Arctic is part of these huge global processes we see now in terms of demographic change, in terms of relative power transition from the West to the rest in economic activity, in science and technology, etc. So my question to the panel is how you see the Arctic in these complex global political economic processes of huge demographic shifts and huge shifts in economic activity, science and technology, basically from the West to the rest. Thank you. I hope that was loud and clear enough. Thank you.
I don't want to monopolize on the conversation, but anyone else can contribute. And we also need questions on Antarctica, I think, so we cover both poles. We see massive geopolitical shifts at the moment. And the Arctic is in the center of it. So there's a war starting in Ukraine. Suddenly we cannot get permafrost data from Russia. That has a massive impact on the data collection or partnership with institutions in Russia because of a war in Ukraine. When the Houthis start attacking ships because of the war in Gaza, suddenly that had an impact on shipping routes on the Northeast Passage into Russia. So I think it's important to remember, we heard a lot about CO2 emissions coming from elsewhere. When we look geopolitically, what happens around the world impacts the Arctic one way or another. Ian Bremmer, that many of you know, who is a political scientist, who comes up with this risk assessment once a year. And one of them was raw materials. He said there's going to be a need, because of this switch that Rasmus described, there's going to be a need for security reasons that we need to control some raw materials as well. Like we saw it when the war started, that we got a lot of energy from Russia. That has an impact of all of Europe's security. Same with raw materials. Where will we get that from? And you will see the US government investing in mines in Alaska, for example. You see the US government investing in mines in Canada. And there's a reason for this. This is because of this shift. So yes, we cannot be isolated. We heard about climate is global. You know, we are all a part of it. But and the same goes for business or anything else. But I think, science as well is going to be impact very, very hard. We talked in my session about the International Polar Year. Where will we be vis-a-vis China, Russia in 10 years? We don't know, but it will have an impact on polar science as well, the geopolitical situation. And it's something that needs to be thought into it. It's not only business, it's also science.
Obviously, maybe a question more directed to the Arctic than the Antarctic, but nevertheless, the Antarctic is certainly not outside of the realm of the rest of the world in policy and economics and all the rest that happens. And I think we can see it also in Antarctica that we are shaped by the ongoing shifts in the world, if to use simple language. In discussions, in operations, and probably in the activities that are taking place. Not bringing up any examples here, but I just wanted to make that note that Antarctica is not a sort of an isolated little thing of ice in the south, which is not impacted except for the climate. Certainly the countries that are involved in governing Antarctica are also impacted by the global movements, I guess.
Thanks. It's time to conclude now, and I was wondering if each panelist could give us a sentence that they would like the audience to take into the workshop later. Birgit, would you like to start?
I can start where I left. My one sentence would be that Antarctic, we need to recognize that Antarctica is important even though there are no people living there. And I'm not looking at the visitors then, but no people living there. Or maybe it's important simply because there is no one living there. I want to add two sentences. All people who go to Antarctica, whether they be researchers or tourists or any other type of person have a very short, somewhat short-term experience of Antarctica. And the consequences of the changing world around and what's happening in Antarctica is not something that is owned by the visitor. They don't see the changes, they don't feel the changes, they see what they see when they're there. And there are obviously some scientists that see more over a longer time, but in general, you go and see, and you don't own the challenges that Antarctica are facing right now. So with that, my third and last sentence, I think we need to work to ensure that the whole world, in their mind, make Antarctica their home and understand the changes that are happening there. And that brings us a little bit back to the very, very nice speeches we had yesterday morning on you don't have to live a place to care for it. And I think that's kind of important to recognize. We're not so important because there are no people there, and then the add-ons.
I just want to reflect on how important I think it is to work across that science, policy, and public interface, and that we have a lot of work to do now to be ready for political windows when they open, because we really don't know when they're going to open, and the world is changing constantly. And just to emphasize what you said of the public needing to care about it. So if you guys haven't been upstairs to the museum, where there's this amazing interactive exhibit where you can interact with the poles, I don't know if everyone's been up there yet, but please check it out and see if you feel like you're actually experiencing Antarctica and Arctic without having to go there.
Okay. Are you willing to change your mindset to save the globe? Because change starts with baby steps.
Thanks, Mats.
That puts pressure on the rest of us. So, and then I actually, first of all, I agree with everything Birgit said about the Antarctic is important, even though there's no people. And the Arctic is important because there are people there. We heard about the indigenous peoples and everyone else living there. So I just want to add that. But my sentence is, I think it's important to remember why these meetings are great and getting people, that if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu, that we need to get policymakers together. We heard about the Central Arctic Ocean Fisheries Agreement, we heard about the Arctic Council. We need to have these discussions, and we need to create the diversity of the opinions to succeed, to take these baby steps. So that's my take.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same line. I think collaboration is the key to success, and that's something that needs to be safeguarded. We can't take it as a given, the opportunity to be able to meet and really work together, in particular in these sort of challenging geopolitical times.
I would raise what some very smart, wise person said yesterday. We need to start implementing. I think there's a lot of people out there who really want to do good things, and they are struggling. What to do, how to do it. We need to help them find the solutions, find the tools to really do things, and think about, not always from our perspective, but from their perspectives. What are their requirements and their needs? How can we help find solutions that will work for them, that will take us in that right direction? And it might not be that perfect one that we think is the best ones, but it'll help us taking those steps in that right direction. We need to help people implement.
Excellent. So I think to summarize, we've had some good messages of collaboration and action.
So thank you so much to all of you. As Maz was just saying, obviously we do need to collaborate. We need to have conversations. We're going to do that in the workshops just after the coffee break. I'm just going to remind you again of the 3 themes so you can think about which workshop group you want to be in. Infrastructure and transportation, local communities, human activities and tourism, or human health and food and water security. So think about which one you want to get in, and we'll split up into those groups after the coffee break in about 20 minutes' time. Thank you again. Thanks to you, Helen. Test. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could come back into the room, we're going to get our next session underway just before the workshops begin. If you can all come back in, feel free to bring your coffee into the room, no problem at all. Come back and join us. If you can hear me, everyone, we're about to get our next session underway. Okay, if everyone wants to come on in and take your seat, we are about to get underway once again. Please, everyone, come on in and take your seats. If everybody can come in and grab their seats, we're going to get this next session underway. So as I mentioned earlier, we will break up into workshops shortly. What we'll do is when we get to that point, I'll actually explain where you should go for each workshop. We're not actually signing up like we did yesterday. You can just pick up and go to the topic that you choose when we get to that point. But we're not just there yet, because first we're going to hear from Gail Whiteman. Gail is a professor at the University of Exeter Business School. She is an expert on global risk from sustainability challenges. She's also the founder of Arctic Base Camp, which is, if you don't know it, a science solutions outreach platform that's held annually alongside the World Economic Forum in Davos. She's going to speak to us now. Please welcome Gail Whiteman.
I'm on this. Thanks, Jeannie. Thanks, hi, everybody. Let's just make sure this works. So I guess I'm the only business school professor that's probably in the room, but certainly that's presenting today. And the reason why I think that I'm invited, and it's my second time here to be at the Polar Symposium, so thank you for that, Prince Albert II Foundation, is because one of my sweet spots is taking the natural science that many of you do and trying to make it understandable in discussions of global risk, usually with large corporations. I'm a business school professor. I do a lot on science communication. And I want to start with, what do business leaders actually know? Many of you, I've heard over the day and a half now, is that everybody knows the science. Well, actually, they don't know all the details that you know. We do know that chief executives and their high-level teams are placing a much greater importance, and it's been a sea change in the last 10 years. Most of them think that sustainability is either extremely important or very important. Most of the boards actually have direct oversight of that agenda, and 82% of chief executives have actually confirmed that they have policies on how to get to net zero, and they have a real reduction commitment on CO2. Now, why does that matter to you? Many of you are not talking to businesses or not talking extensively to businesses. It matters because, of course, big companies around the world and all of the small and medium-sized enterprises that support them and the value chains are actually the ones doing the emissions. They are driving change in the polls, and increasingly the messaging I'm trying to tell them is that the polls is going to come back to bite them. So if we take a look at what kind of risk they're worried about. This is a survey that's launched every year at the World Economic Forum, the Global Risks Report. It's of thought leaders on risk, global risk. We can see in the next 2 years that most of those leaders see the world as turbulent. It's unsettled, it's stormy, and in fact, when they look at it, the 10-year plan, it's worse. So there is a collective understanding that the world and the global society and economy is facing some distinct, serious challenges. But what do they really mean by that? Well, if we take a look at 10 years, you're going to see a lot in green. Extreme weather events, critical changes to the Earth system, which of course is polar-driven, biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, natural resource shortages, misinformation, etc. But when we take a look at it in the 2-year lens, you will not be surprised that right now on the agenda, misinformation and disinformation. Number one, it's an election year in many major economies around the world. Misinformation, disinformation, and deep fakes in the AI world, absolutely critical. Extreme weather events still is important, and in fact has been a key risk over the last 4 years. We know that 2023 was a huge problem, not just for societies, but for supply chains around the world. So companies cannot ignore that. But polarization in society, really important, has grown up the agenda. Cyber insecurity, and of course, armed conflict between different states. No surprise here. So what we're seeing, though, is that these leaders see a problem. They see climate change as part of that, but they are also distracted, as Chairman Grimson knows, very strongly on a lot of really important geopolitical issues. And yet within that, we can see the window for change on climate reduction is declining rapidly. Most executives, when I talk about the polar regions, see it as a beautiful space or a place of opportunity for shipping, which would reduce supply chains, the cost of transportation, or potentially to get extraction, get more minerals, more oil, more gas. There's a whole bunch of other executives, that 82% that actually have reduction targets, that aren't really thinking about the polar regions. They don't understand that the polar regions actually are the big insurance policy for runaway climate change. So how do we actually communicate that? Well, how I start, and comes from a speech that I did at Davos in 2023, where Prince Albert II was our opening keynote, where we actually said, okay, here are the 16 climate tipping points. Again, this is natural science, it's not my area, but I'm summarizing to say these are the key performance indicators for a stable climate. For that means stable society, stable business. The mic drop moment was when I said of the 16, 9 of those are in the polar regions. Very few people in the audience would have known that, including in places like the World Economic Forum. It gets even more worrying when we actually see that of those 6 tipping points that are the closest to tipping, 5 of those are in the polar regions. You're not surprised. The other audience of big business was surprised. And all of a sudden, they've started to ask me and others like me, what do we need to know about polar change in order to hedge our risk here? This is concerning. The fate of humanity and the fate of the economy will depend on the polar regions. That is the messaging. And again, Chairman Grimson, you had a rousing speech yesterday where you really brought that home with the conversations that you have with the Arctic Circle, especially all around the world. So the point is that the polar regions are important. And we have to get the messages from your science into their decisions. So we can see that the World Economic Forum is starting to tell that as well. Obviously, the Arctic Circle being the first major convener that's been saying that for well over 10 years. But we're starting to see that there's actually a recognition inside the forum that the poles are the canary in the coal mine. Polar collapse is a global crisis requiring internationally coordinated and inclusive response. And that also means, in my perspective, from big business. Now, how do we do that? How do I start to communicate polar risk is global risk, not just to companies, but also to their consumers, to the citizens, to their employees around the world? Well, I don't start with the cryosphere. We've built online platforms where actually what we do is we start with extreme weather events that are hitting communities around the world. We launched the platform about a year ago, and we started to handpick some of those big extreme weather events. We then did social media ads to those communities, those citizens, those consumers, and said, do you want to know more about food security or flooding or fires? Directing them back into a science website called, at that time, the Arctic Risk Platform, where we explained how the polar regions were being changed by climate change and were coming back to start to drive risks in the rest of the world. What we've seen, as we continue to move to the next, could you move to the next slide, please? I'm stuck. It's too much. It's too bad. We should stop here. Thanks, Anja. Can we move to the next slide, please? Merci. What we've done now, though, is we've actually used AI-empowered tools where every day this tool scans 100 different languages and pulls out actual news stories around the world on the polar regions and glaciers. You'll see some information here, and I have to do a call out for BAS because you're often on the daily roundup. But what we also see is that when we see extreme weather and climate change, we see all kinds of other different things. We launched this as a beta version in Davos this year about a month ago. And what we can see is that number 72, Arctic heat waves, they're threatening human survival. The interesting point for you is that that article is originally in Chinese. So what we're seeing is that this messaging is out there. The trick, though, is how do we use generative AI and come back into the polar science community to start to explain the linkages, direct, indirect, and some of the things that will pop up on the news are not related to polar change. And we need to be clear about that. So there's a role, I think, for Arctic science and Antarctic science to actually help people understand the risks that they're facing, and then explain to a business audience why that is a financial risk for them, whether it's supply chain costs, whether it's lost productivity because of extreme heat and employees suffering, and how do we connect the dots? Another way is saying that the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, most companies, big companies, have signed on to those, but they're all on thin ice. It's not just that the SDGs in the Arctic are on thin ice, that's true, but there's no way the world can get to actually a safer space in any of the SDGs around the world unless we protect the polar regions. Again, this audience knows that, but the audience I talk to, especially in the corporate boardroom, does not. I want to close with this last slide. This is the slide that Renuka showed yesterday, and we talked quite a bit in the workshop that I was at. It's impressive to me that the international polar scientific community is so organized on not just having an IPY, but thinking strategically, how do they actually build this? But for me, coming as an outsider that's trying to bring your data, your knowledge into the decision makers that can actually change the fate of humanity, I think there's a few things that are missing. I think that specifically, as you build your strategy, what is it that you think the SDG process needs to know about the knowledge you have? How about the G20 in Brazil? How about the various different conferences of the parties? And how about the World Economic Forum and other business groups like the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, We Mean Business, and the B Team? So my plea as I close is that polar science fits into a larger theory of change, and it makes sense for the IPY Planning Committee to really see how the science that they know already and is not yet disseminated in terms of corporate risk, and all the new science that you want to do, how this will build together so that we make sure in the next few years, the next decade, that these big corporates and the small and medium-sized enterprises that support those value chains actually do what they need to do and reduce emissions so dramatically that we actually can start to stabilize or at least protect the polar regions sufficiently to avoid runaway climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gail, for that. That's definite food for thought for our workshop that's coming up. We now have Alfredo Giron from the World Economic Forum as well, who's going to give you some more ground rules for that workshop.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Gail, and thank you, everyone, for being here today for the workshop. I want to stress a couple of things that Gail said before we go into the workshop. The first one is polar science really has an opportunity to inform a lot of these other processes. Just to give you a very concrete example, and I apologize, I didn't introduce myself. I am the head of our ocean agenda at the World Economic Forum, and the reason why I am here is because how can we better integrate all of our ocean conversations and the ocean businesses that we engage with the agendas that you are driving, with the science that you are producing. And so in that sense, 2 years ago, during Indonesia's G20 presidency, we were able to create something called the Ocean 20. And that is an engagement group that the president of Indonesia championed himself to say, how do we get the ocean as a large ocean state to be central to the G20 process? And so 2 years later, in Brazil's presidency, my question to you is, how do we get one of the countries really engaged in the Antarctic to really champion through this existing process, the Ocean 20, something like the Polar Agenda much more explicitly? And remember that this happens with businesses, but this also happens with large economies, just as you shared yesterday in your reflections about how Paris brought it to the G7, to the attention of G7 countries. I think it's a very similar process. And in that sense, Gail outlining how the SDGs need to engage with this, how the World Economic Forum annual meeting in Davos can engage with this. We are very happy to do this because we see the need for our corporates, for our government partners to really understand this crisis and to really think about what are the global implications that go in both directions. So with that, that is how we have tried to design this workshop, thinking about not only what happens in the poles staying in the poles, but how it affects the rest of the world as well and back. So the three topics are infrastructure and transportation. We have heard a lot about this throughout the days. Impacts on local communities, human activities, and tourism. And here I invite you to not only think about polar tourism, but in general, or polar communities, but in general, like how some of these effects are going to be felt by people around the world. Human health, food, and water security. And again, it's not only about the poles, but it's also about the places that are going to be affected because the poles are changing. And so with that, we are going to go into the breakout groups. We are going to get the instructions properly in a little bit. But I would like to ask our rapporteurs to come back to us with answers to 3 questions. Number 1, out of the conversations that you had, what were the top 3 challenges that you heard that had regional and global implications? Number 2, what are some of the key barriers to addressing those challenges? Number 3, who was missing at the table? That is normally not part of the polar community, but that really stands out as a missing element to have these conversations move several steps forward. So with that, I'll give it back to you. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, so here's what we're going to do. So we're going to start a little bit backward with topic 3, because topic 3 will be leaving this room. So for topic 3, human health, food, and water, can I have the 3 group leaders? So we've got Brigitte Larocque with the rapporteur Ashana Dayal. Then we have our second leader, Victoria Herman with Hannah Yevchun. And our third group leader is Céline Le Boec with Dieter Tetzner. If the 6 of you could stand up and head back that way. And anyone who is interested in joining topic 3, human health, food and water security, please go with Brigitte, Victoria, and Céline. They will get you to the Salle Hirondelle. You're going to the Hirondelle room. So again, if you're interested in participating in the workshop on human health, food and water security, go now to the back of the room toward the Hirondelle, and you'll split into your 3 groups there. You want to say something? Okay. All right, as for the other 2 topics, so sorry again, one more time. If you want to do human health, food and water security, leave with them right now. As for the rest of us, the last 2 topics are infrastructure and transportation, and local communities, human activities, and tourism. So we'll do this side of the room, these 3 tables, will be infrastructure and transportation. So the leaders, Hugo Guimaraud, where's Hugo? Okay, great, so you can start at this table right here. Your rapporteur is Alice Guzzi. Then the second leader is Johan Griffin. Johan? Okay. So over here, number 2, with Beatriz Recinos is your rapporteur. And group 3 will put you over there at table 7. The leader is Victoria Starix Samolien, and the rapporteur is Lina Madaj. So anyone who wants to participate in infrastructure and transportation, come and sit over at these 3 tables right here, okay? And then everyone else, for anyone who wants to focus on local communities, human activities, and tourism, group 1 leader is Ella Meretta Oma. So Ella, just stay there, that's fine. Come to Ella's table if you want. Her rapporteur is Ada Ayadine. Okay, the group 2 leader, Mats Fredrickson. Where's Mats? Mats, why don't you come to this table up here? Your rapporteur is Elena Adasheva-Klein. And group 3 leader, Birgit Njastad, and her rapporteur is Jose Krios. So those 3 groups are over here: local communities, human activities and tourism. And over here, infrastructure and transportation. These 3 tables, split into 3 groups, please. Thank you. Ouais, ouais, pour voir. Mais il se trouve plus tard. Donc on est Hello, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're all ready for this final session of the Polar Symposium. We're now going to focus on two exciting scientific projects in the poles. The first is the Ice Memory Foundation that's working to collect and preserve ice cores from different glaciers around the world. It was presented here 2 years ago, and we're going to see where it is right now. We're also going to be talking about the Tara Polar Station, which is a brand new science station that'll drift in the Arctic Ocean, and that's currently under construction here in France. So to tell us a bit more about these two projects, we're very lucky to have with us the director of the Ice Memory Foundation, Anne-Catherine Ullmann, and the executive director of the Tara Ocean Foundation, Romain Troublé. Please welcome them with me. Come on up. So welcome Romain, thank you for being with us. Bonjour et bienvenue, welcome Anne-Catherine.
Bonjour.
And again, I love a big effort, and thank you to our French friends who all speak such great English. So thanks for that. We're going to talk about your programs in just a minute, but we actually have 2 short videos highlighting each of their projects first, so you can actually take a look for yourself. Let's go. Thank you for those videos. Roma, I'm going to start with you. Before we talk a bit more about the Tara Polar, just tell everyone a bit more about the Tara Ocean Fund, because I'm not sure that everyone here in the room actually knows just what exactly you do.
Hello, everyone. The Tara Foundation has been working since 20 years now. Pretty recent for some of the institutes in the room, but trying to support around the world, the globe, expeditions, take scientists, consortium of scientists on long-term expeditions, 2 years, 3 years, sometimes 4 years, on the same topic, the same teams and the same protocols to compare ecosystems. And most of the work we do is on life, and macroscopic life, mostly in the ocean, whether it is on coral reefs, in the tropics, in the poles, and what affects this life, which is climate change or pollutions. And we've been in the Arctic, in the Antarctic with this boat at times to times. We drifted across the Arctic Ocean as well for the Fram, so-called Fram drift. And we are going to trying to build on this experience to promote this project.
All right, well, tell us a bit more about where you are right now with the Tara Polar Station. Currently being built, you hope to get it in the water by 2025, 2026. Talk us through what your hopes are.
So the boat is a small boat. It's about 27 meters, 16 meters wide. It's a bizarre boat. It's a boat, by the way. And it has an engine, and it's now being built. The hull is finished. They start to fill up the inside. And should be delivered in January next year for a series of tests in 25. And aiming to be in the ice in the north of the Laptev Sea by summer 26. So 2.5 years from now to raise funds, but also to build the consortiums, the science that we're going to do around it.
And Catherine, let's talk a bit more about the Ice Memory Foundation. We already do have a lot of modern observations about glaciers, about how the climate's responding right now. But what's really interesting with this project is you're looking also at what history inside these ice cores can teach us. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I'm not going to learn a lot about climate and environment information in ice cores to the audience here. You all know that it preserves these archives. Our objective is not to do research today, but to allow the scientists in a few decades, or maybe even in a few centuries from now, to conduct new research with ideas and techniques that we don't have today, and to have new discoveries in order to feed the society and also in order to feed the policymakers, because today the information that are carried out of the ice cores are important information to feed the decision makers, for example, through IPCC, and we hope to be able to do the same in the future.
So you're talking about 20 glaciers over 20 years. You were mentioning to me before a really key piece of this puzzle for you has been dealing with governance, with who gives you the right to do this.
Yeah. So we have an objective, you're right, of 20 glaciers in 20 years. We are almost at half of our objectives because we have drilled 8 glaciers. So drilling, even if it's complex, it's something that our scientists know how to do, so it's not really a challenge. What we have discovered all along our story is that we have an issue with governance. So we will have 2 ice cores per glacier, one that is a science ice core that is going to be used today, to do science today, and another one that we call the reference ice core or an heritage ice core that is going to be stored in a sanctuary in Antarctica. And some questions are raised, meaning what is the status of these heritage ice cores? Who owns this heritage ice core? What's regulatory about this ice core? So today there is no answer, no legal answer to that. So we are launching a project together with UNESCO to answer these questions. And second question about governance is who is going to pilot this sanctuary over decades and over centuries? It's not the Ice Memory Foundation. Most likely it's going to be international institutions like UNESCO together with the Antarctic Treaty System, with nations. But we need to find a system, to invent a system to enable a sustainable system to enable, in fact, this ice core to benefit to the real beneficiaries in a few centuries.
Mm-hmm. So obviously, we all know it's incredibly complicated to observe the polar regions, climate extremes, extreme weather, ice. I'm curious, Roman, what for you, or what seems to be so far the biggest technical challenges that the Tara Polar Station has to overcome or is still working on trying to overcome?
Well, there's many. It's a polar code vessel, and the idea is not to measure our pollution when it's going to be in the ice. So the pollution management of the water, of the air, is one of the key aspects that but also the human aspect, because getting people in the ice for a long time is getting challenging. People prefer to stay in remote work more and more. So, well, they're going to be remote work from there. It's pretty efficient. That's a challenge. And of course, the challenge is to build up the strongest integrated scientific program. For the first drift, but we're going to do about 10 drifts the next 20 years. That's the plan. And so there will be some work they're going to do all over the drifts, an observatory, and there will be also work as a laboratory to be framed in every different drift. So it's a long-term aspect, and it's very exciting. It's an adventure in many aspects, and I'm very thrilled to do it.
And just explain to everyone who's going to be actually on board. It's not just scientists, I believe.
There will be the crew. There will be the doctor. There will be media people, and in the winter there will be 12, 6 scientists, and 3 of them will be engineers of the foundation. I mean, ocean engineer, atmospheric engineer, biology engineer. And then in the summer it will be 18. Some cabins can be doubled. And we will welcome more scientists, but also artists and journalists, of course, for a shorter period of times in the summer.
So we were talking about challenges just a moment ago. And Catherine, I imagine a challenge for both of you is fundraising. Tell us about that piece of the puzzle. How do you go about getting people to help?
So yes, fundraising is an issue that we share, I think, Romain. So today in Ice Memory, half of our budget is public budget through our scientific institutions that are working with us. And half of our budget, cash budget, is from philanthropy. And so we work with companies, with foundations. And I take the opportunity of being here today. The Foundation Albert II has been the very first sponsor of our project since the very beginning in 2015.
Yeah,
and we really need foundation for projects like we have, which are really pioneer projects that cannot ensure results, but we have ideas, but we cannot ensure having really results from the beginning. So we need people who believe, who have confidence, and who take risks with us.
And I know Prince Albert's the honorary president of the Ice Memory Foundation.
Yes.
He's not yet been on site. He has, though, come to see the construction. Tell me a bit more about the Prince's Foundation involvement in Tara.
It's a long story. Since, I think, 18 years now, the Prince and his foundation, the Prince first, and then the foundation came to support the project of Tara over the long term. 5 projects, and also together with Frederick Paulsen, he was one of the first one to put some seed money into the project to make it happen. That's very important. And then Exploration de Monaco and Fondation Albert II de Monaco came in as well. So that's fantastic, and we managed to fund the building of it. Thankfully, we start the building, so thankfully we have the money to do it. Through also the very strong support of the French state with President Macron for more than 50%. And now we are raising the funds for the next 10 years. It's a long-term project, so we need long-term funding, as we talked with others these 2 days. And we are now raising 30 million for the next 10 years, euros, and we already have 25%, so it's ongoing. But long-term private money is always hard to get, because usually it's only 3 years. So the 10-year is, that's what we need.
So what do you tell potential backers? What's your pitch? Why are these projects so necessary? Catherine?
So the Ice Memory project looks very necessary to us because, as I said before, the information today, they feed the decision makers to take the right decision for humanity. And they will do the same, we guess, in the future. The scientists in the future will not have glaciers anymore, will not have raw material to do analysis anymore. So our mission today, and we are really the last generation that is able to do that, because you all know that unfortunately our glaciers are melting at a very, very rapid pace. So we believe that our heritage ice core will provide information to the decision makers in a few decades or in a few centuries, and will contribute, we hope so, to the well-being of humanity in that time.
And Romain?
We are building on the past experiences ourselves, our experiences, but also on the recent mosaic experiences. I mean, the results that coming out is amazing, completely new. That shows the level of the gaps of knowledge that we have at the Central Arctic. And so trying to fulfill this gap and to monitor the pollutions, monitor with many actors of the place, I think it's very important. With a rather small, expensive, cheap project to be run for the long time. I'm very excited about this. I mean, this sea ice will maybe disappear in summer by 2040, 2035. We don't really know, but as Mr. Christian said, the sea ice is very important, the melting of sea ice. I think, and most of the life of the Arctic is sitting in the ice. So this, and also the moratorium for fisheries, is also a very interesting thing to tackle. So we try to bring our share to the efforts and welcome people to come with us, of course.
And just to wrap up, looking toward the future, what are your biggest hopes for each of your projects? What kind of impact do you want to have?
So the impact for the well-being of the future of the humanity, and also we hope to have this new status for environmental heritage status, and we hope that we pioneer for other initiatives, and we inspire other initiatives as well under this status.
Yeah, inspiring is key. I think science is important, very important. It's the key for decision making, and but to inspire people. These people will be like the ISA station of the Arctic. I mean, people around the world get thrilled about what's happening there. There will be many nationalities on board, so they will be able to speak in their own language and to their own country with media. And I think the way is to talk what's happening in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic, and to push for this motto, yeah, for sure.
Just, will you be on that first mission, Romain?
I'd have to ask my wife, my kids.
I'm sure that's something many scientists in the room.
I call my son Nemo, so maybe he will say yes, but I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I will be in one of them. Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Well, we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you as well, and Catherine. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, of course, before lunch, you were all in your different workshops that were referring to the theme of this morning's panel, looking how to best make sure that the impacts of climate change on the polar regions are actually factored into global strategies. So after that panel and then the workshop, we're now going to hear some of the different thoughts and ideas that all of you had during your sessions. So like yesterday, we are going to go through the 3 different topics. We'll bring up the reporters from each group, and then we'll hear what each group had to say. And then after we go through all of that, we'll actually take a few minutes to let you all ask each other about each other's ideas. So be sure to be listening and come up with some questions for that. So let's start with our first topic, which was on infrastructure and transportation. Can I please have the 3 note takers? Alice Guzzi, who's Association of Polar Early Career Scientists. We also have Lina Madaj, who's also with APAC, and Beatriz Resinos from the University of Edinburgh, and also an IASC Foundation Fellow. Come on up.
I start? Yeah, we have the slides, so I don't know.
Sorry, I forgot to mention, not everyone sent their slides. I think that they do not have their slides, unless someone can email it. Oh, you do have it. We do have a slide, but there's a problem with it apparently. I'm sorry. So just, can you talk through it? Yeah. Sorry. We will have the slide, or we will not? No? Go ahead, just go ahead.
Okay. So in our working group about infrastructure and transportation, we highlight sea level rise, permafrost thaw, and extreme weather events as the three main challenges. These problems have regional and global impacts that comprehend sea level rise, directly affecting coastal erosion, that threat infrastructure, habitat, and coastal communities, especially the low-lying one, and this leads to displacement of the population. The second topic was the permafrost melting that directly affect the infrastructure damages, including roads, buildings, and pipelines. These lead to costly repair, safety hazard, and also includes the loss of local cultural remains. These environmental challenges also lead to the release of pollution and greenhouse gases that creates a feedback loop, contributing to further warming and permafrost degradation. The final challenge that we highlight was the increase of frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, which pose significant risk to human life, infrastructure, and economics. This leads to socioeconomic vulnerabilities, particularly among communities with limited resources and located in the remote areas. Addressing those challenges require coordinated effort at local, national, and international level. A global perspective is available, but currently we are lacking fine-line scale projection that could inform stakeholders and wide public. We need mitigation measure and investment in sustainable development practice that we could improve with an international cooperative effort. Population must be included in the conversation to be informed about how to get prepared for these changes and how to adopt adaptation strategies to enhance resilience to these climate impacts. At our table, we were missing civil and spatial engineers, spatial planner and urbanist, financier and insurance, and also local people directly and indirectly affected by these problems that we thought could improve our conversation.
Maybe she'll be able to get it. I was just saying, if you don't think your slide went through, go ahead and send it as well. Oh, is it too late? Okay, apparently not. Okay, sorry, didn't say anything.
Right, so I'm not gonna overlap too much with what she just said, but in our table, we identified one big challenge that it was like covering all of those little challenges. And the big challenge is how we, scientists and academics, communicate our polar science. And when I talk about polar science, how we communicate the uncertainty in sea level rise forecast, for example, or any forecast of all of those key climate change indicators that you just mentioned. And how we communicate that to stakeholders and executives that are not at the discussion table today. So those big missing players were the executives of big businesses like Unilever, for example, the agricultural sector, the transport sector, and big satellite and technological companies like Google, the green aviation sector, and so on, but also regulators like the Polar Code or the International Maritime Organization. But we also talked about increasing the representation of developing nations and giving them the tools to really have meaningful conversations at the negotiation tables, and to expand and to increase the representation of indigenous nations and nations that are directly affected by climate change. And we want to be able to communicate our science by being accurate and precise, but we also want that those stakeholders that are not at the table today, that they could also understand why we are not so sure about our results sometimes, why we have that big error bar sometimes in our forecast. And that is because we don't have enough data or knowledge to reduce the uncertainty in those models. And those big data gaps can affect weather forecasts, for example, in some parts of Antarctica, or the fact that we don't have a long-term observational network in the Arctic Ocean can also have a big impact on how we are forecasting those climate indicators. And we want stakeholders also to understand that the lack of, some of that uncertainty can come from lacking funding, the lack of funding, the lack of having sustainable funding to develop these long-term observational networks and long-term satellite development programs. So to summarize, the big challenge is that we need to build a bridge between science, economy, and policymakers to understand each other and overcome these challenges that we're all facing and are affecting our daily lives. And can foundations like the Polar Initiative act as a mediator? And can these summits provide that opportunity for all of those sectors to have meaningful conversations? And of course, good conversations start with people listening and being willing to listen and be willing to collaborate between each other. So can we start inviting those companies that are ready for a more sustainable path on their business model? And can we at least keep a conversation going both ways, even with complicated sectors like oil companies? So let's start for reaching out, at least those stakeholders that are missing today, that are willing to listen, and that have the motivation and commitment to have a clear path to a more sustainable business. So let's go and find them and bring them to the next symposium. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. So I'm going to try to add what hasn't been said yet, but there might be some things that I might be repeating, just because it wasn't really important things. So the first thing that we actually realized was that, and I'm going to read this, is seeing climate change as an independent variable in isolation is very limiting, as it is often an interplay of various environmental, political, and economical factors. So while we were trying to discuss what the impacts of climate change on polar infrastructure might be and that impact globally, it was really hard to actually figure that out, as there's a lot of things impacting polar infrastructure, as there is thawing permafrost, as we heard before, but it's not so easy to figure out what are these impacts on the global infrastructure, unless if you'd be looking at satellite stations that might be affected by it. The thing is, the second thing that we pointed out is that there's not just impact on infrastructure, but there's also a general lack of infrastructure to begin with, which is not just roads, but it's also missing or unstable internet connections. And then I guess there's also a bit of a different definition of infrastructure if you look at the poles or the global community, as there's sea ice and there's open water, there's ice roads, airports and internet, fiber cables, and these are sometimes things that don't exist on the rest of the planet. Then one other challenge is that we talked a bit about mitigation and adaptation as well. And while this is not just easy to implement, because it's hard to see the long-term, like not the long-term trends, but the long-term effects of all these mitigation effects, it might also be a solution for the globe, or a larger community, but it's sometimes tested in like the wide open or like a really small local place, and it already has effects on this local place that it's sometimes not taken in consideration. Yeah, and then there's characteristics that are just not replaceable. While it might be possible to cool down permafrost in some places, it is not possible to replace sea ice, for example. And this is then just gone as a way of transport, or for especially to reach hunting grounds. What we figured out or decided are key barriers that need to be addressed is, as we heard before, of course, funding, not just for research, but also to make these infrastructure better. Then there is a large need for cross-border management. The example that we discussed was biodiversity, so that countries need to work together to look at, for example, a polynya. And then there's also still missing regulations for shipping in the Arctic Ocean. That might be some challenges to address. And then if we would talk about adaptation, then there might be solutions for it, but the problem is also the speed of adaptation. Like the solution is there, but we don't really have the time that it actually needs, because it's way faster to the need for adaptation. And then these adaptations have to be cultural sensitive, and they have to be done and decided and developed in discussion with indigenous communities and peoples. So the last part, to who is missing at the table, for us was actually an Antarctic perspective, because we were all people that had their experience in the Arctic, but we also at least thought that there was more things to discuss with regards to the Arctic. Then there were policymakers missing and maybe tourist companies. It would have been nice to have that input as well. And we basically also, but I think Bea just mentioned that, there was also the rest of the world missing, because we're an amazing group here, but there's some countries that are just missing on the table, and it's really important that we include everybody. I think that's it.
Thank you. Well done. Thank you again to Ali, Selina, and Beatrice. Thank you. All right, our next topic is looking at local communities, human activities, and tourism. Can I please have our three reporters, Elena Adesheva-Klein, Jose Quiros, and Ada Ayadine.
So, our topic was the local communities, human activities, and tourism. So we merged the challenges and barriers of the topic. Firstly, to us, securitization of the Arctic is a new concerning challenge and barrier for indigenous peoples, local people, and researchers to engage with the conversation, with the meaningful conversation. Actually, before the war, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, security was widened and expanded from its hard security conceptualization to different fields, such as energy security, food security, or climate security. But after the war, we are back to the basics, hard security. Then we witnessed the change of hegemonic discourse, a Gramscian approach to the problem, if I may. There is a tendency towards hard security-related issues amongst funded projects in social sciences. So the question can maybe be raised, who is deciding what is a priority? We should discuss the power dynamics then. So how can we tweak the call texts of research findings? Who is writing those calls? Who is creating the present discourse? Then, the second challenge, barrier we mentioned, is the mitigation and adaptation to tourism as a human activity. Tourism, as we know, comes with environmental consequences or doesn't directly contribute to local communities, such as in the case of Greenland, where tourism income doesn't reach local communities. The increase in tourism also raises the questions about the production of tourist goods. In this case, Sami Council provides a good example to this by creating trademarks for their cultural products, which also supports the local artists. Subsequently, we delve into tourism in Antarctica, which is not well regulated. For example, at the Antarctic Treaty Conference, the question was raised regarding the increasing number of ships and visitors, yet it didn't receive enough attention. Then we discussed how to limit tourism and explored pricing mechanisms. We discussed that in different parts of the world, measures are taken by increasing accommodation prices or prices in general. So, do we need to implement precautions or pricing to regulate tourism in polar regions? We found that limiting it solely by price is not sufficient. Therefore, the answer lies in a top-down approach in this case. We need global regulations for this issue because tourists are not sufficiently conscious of the impact of tourism, especially in polar regions. They often prioritize their own desire for last chance tourism without considering the well-being of region and also its people. Lastly, we mentioned the media. In this case as well as yesterday, media is failing in its representation of what is really happening in polar regions from physical to societal aspects. They fail to reach out to different stakeholders about addressing problems. So consequently, in this way, we cannot make meaningful changes. So who is missing currently? Many are missing. Citizen groups, such as youth organizations, are missing. Educational organizations and or bureaucrats who play roles in designing primary or secondary education are missing. Tourism companies and or investors are missing as active participants. Non-regional actors who only have a perception of the region but are far from reality are missing. Knowledge holders from non-Western communities are also missing. And perhaps, if I may, one of the most significant absences is our counterparts in Russia, representing half of the Arctic, is missing.
Thank you. So in our group, we had emphasis on the Arctic due to the topic, but also to the expertise that was present at the table. Missing from the table in our discussions were representatives from indigenous and local communities in the Arctic, as well as from businesses working in the polar regions. And obviously, I will not cover all the points in my summary. So we had 3 questions. First, how will damage of polar system affect human activities and polar communities? We discussed increased variability and unpredictability at the local scale, and it has to do with unpredictable weather events such as storms, wildfires, as well as existing infrastructure malfunctions, and both in the Arctic and the Antarctic research infrastructure as well. Another point was about climate change that amplifies the impacts of other factors, such as socioeconomic factors in local contexts. For instance, fishing industry is collapsing due to warming oceans, as well as due to amplified overfishing in the Arctic. Another point we discussed was concrete consequences of collapsing polar system. We identified changing mobility on local and global scale, changing human connectivity, also on local and global scales, changes in food security, and those changes also exist in the Arctic and Antarctic. The second question was, how does the loss of sea ice and permafrost thaw affect human activities in tourism and other businesses in the Arctic and globally? So the rise in polar tourism and its economic and cultural effects on indigenous and local Arctic communities. We also discuss its impacts on the Antarctic research infrastructure. Another effect was changing mobility in the Arctic. For instance, traditional ice roads collapse, but at the same time, new forms of mobility and transportation occur due to the rise in tourism. For example, air flights become available for remote locations, connecting them with large cities. And also we have now shorter periods in winter to bring food and other supplies in the Arctic, and that also affects local businesses and communities. And the last point for this question is infrastructure malfunction, and we talked about food storage, housing, oil and gas transportation in the Arctic, as well as research and transportation infrastructure in the Antarctica. And our third question was about local and global mitigation and adaptation strategies that could prevent these impacts. So just to notice that we discussed a little bit various geoengineering solutions, but we came to the conclusions that those are not the answer. So what is the answer? We discussed a few broader approaches. One is that one size doesn't fit all. So we need to take into consideration various contexts and various interests and needs in local and indigenous communities in the Arctic. And also, we need more investments in people in terms of their skills, them being informed about the risks that climate change brings, equal access to education. And my last point is we need investments in infrastructure, both in the Arctic and Antarctic infrastructure. And for example, we talked about how renewable energy can replace some diesel usage in remote communities in the Arctic and increase their resilience.
Thank you. So in our group, we were highly focused on Antarctica. We're a group of people that works in Antarctica, a couple of also bipolar people, but this one focused in Antarctica. And that's why the key point here is that Antarctica is not far from us. So everything that starts and happens in Antarctica will not stay in Antarctica. And within this, with climate change, we have several challenges facing in the Antarctic. So we have, for example, accessibility. And this can be to the Antarctic and to the Southern Ocean because we'll have more sea ice-free areas, which can give us access to new areas in the Southern Ocean. But at the same time, we'll have a higher number and larger icebergs in the sea, which can be detrimental for the safety navigation of the Southern Ocean. And this, with climate change, will have impacts on the ecosystems, for example, on biodiversity itself, heritage, but also in human activities. And in all of them, for example, in science, polar programs probably need to adapt and get gear that can be wet with rain in some areas of the Antarctic. But also fisheries with the distribution of species changing, which can affect the catch of species itself. Yeah. And tourism, because no tourist wants to pay to see a dead penguin in Antarctica. So if animals start to suffering with climate change, this will impact also the tourism. And of course, these impacts will not stay only in the Southern Ocean. Because, for example, productivity and the carbon cycle of the Southern Ocean, they affect northern areas. So we'll have an impact, for example, on fisheries in the Southern Hemisphere, some regions that depend on these fisheries. We'll also have sea level rise. We'll also have problems with economy and gateway cities, because if the tourism decreases, some cities that depend on these boats, they will have problems in economy. And definitely there are a couple of mitigation measures that can be applied to this. For example, spatial management that permit us to do some management of these areas, but also temporary protection. So we have the time to study what's happening in those regions, but also give time to ecosystem to recover from any impact that happened in the area. To do that, we need things, but also barriers exist so we can achieve these things. For example, data sharing. There is an absence of a unique format of how the data is shared between people. And data curation is expensive. So far people collect data, but it's still not available to everyone. At the same time, we need to understand how can we apply more regulation to the activities. We mean tourism, we mean fisheries, perhaps science. But the truth is, we need to join forces to have a global solution, because this is a global problem. And for that, we need everyone seated on the table. And we identified that, for example, we are missing industry. We are talking about fisheries again, tourism, but also educators, because we need to educate the public and the global society for these problems. Try to raise their attention, because with them on our side, it will be easier to protect and to treat this climate change problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Thanks to all three of you. All right, our third and final topic focused on human health, food, and water security. So can I please have our three reporters? We have Hanna Yevchun, who is from the National Antarctic Scientific Center of Ukraine and a SCAR Foundation Fellow. Dieter Tetzner, British Antarctic Survey and SCAR Foundation Fellow, and Arshana Dayal from Aberystwyth University and an IASC Foundation Fellow. Welcome again.
Hello, everyone. So our topic is human health, food, and water security. During our discussion, we were not focused on the issues why and what actually happened to human health, food, and water security, because it's a very broad-scale topic. We rather talked about what are the top challenges in all this topic and what are the barriers that we should address while dealing with this issue. So I promise to be very brief. So there are 3 top challenges that we came with. First is the balance in responsibilities between an individual and companies or the states, for example, because obviously there is a lot of things that we can do as individuals. However, at some point, it's just the company, big bosses who can decide something, right, and change many things, or the state. The second top challenge was wrong priorities, when we prioritize profit instead of its distribution. And there was a very nice example with that in Iceland and farming in Iceland, because the meat that is produced, lamb that is produced in Iceland is expensive. The farming there is expensive. So what can be the decision for that? To import cheaper meat, right? It increases profit. However, it worsens the situation for local communities. They lose jobs and the level of their life decreases. So another example can be diamond, very nice example during our discussion, diamond mines. Are people who live near these diamond mines, are they rich? No, they're not. Usually they live rather poor lives because the profit is not distributed equally. That's the problem. Not even equally, I mean in the right way, so that local communities can improve their life because of this profit. And the last point was the support of the growth of production instead of its quality and security. And I put this paradox of sustainable development here because it's a very tricky question, and I think that we must be careful with that, and that's what we discussed during our session, that development is often considered as some growth, some increase, right? But it's not what we should address. And in this sense, it belongs to the second part, what are the barriers that we should address? I will speak about it in the last point. So what are the barriers that prevents us from improving the situation? It's lack of trust between companies and people, people and scientists, scientists and companies. If there is no trust that scientists are given correct data, then companies will not trust them. If people, for example, do not trust the companies, and often they do not, so they will not participate in some development programs. So we need trust. That's the first barrier, lack of trust. The second one is lack of consciousness and understanding of what is going to happen. We talked about that previously, yesterday, that we must understand what is going to happen in the future, and better if we can see this clear numbers, clear examples, what is going to happen. And the last point is lifestyle. We need reduction of consumption rather than its increase, because any of course, we can't avoid improvement, of course, but during doing any improvement, we must remember that if it worsen in long-term perspective, if it worsen the quality of life, the security of human health, food and water, then maybe sometimes it's better not to develop it so fast. So yeah, now I would give the word to my colleague.
It should be on.
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was waiting for the slide to come on.
I don't know if we have it. It's coming. It's coming.
It's coming. Okay, so in terms of who was missing at the table during the discussion, the grassroots people who were the ones who were missing at the people. So what do I mean by the grassroots people? People that are living in very inadequate conditions and lifestyle. And so people who do not have access to clean drinking water or have to deal with contaminated foods from heavy metals, so that is heavy metals in fish in their food, or whose health is being impacted because they have to adapt and because they have to move and adapt to newer regions as their homes undergo a decline. And so with solutions and going forward, the first point, there was a discussion about learning from first Americans in Oklahoma, as they have been responsible for governing themselves. And therefore, there was this idea that perhaps the Northwestern territories could connect with them and learn from this successful model. However, it was also acknowledged that there were different philosophical structures and also that there might be different definitions of success and priority for both. The second thing that was to improve upon going forward in terms of inclusion of indigenous peoples and their rights, it was very strongly felt that stories that are currently put out through media channels, which are very critical when you're talking about the skills and the knowledge that the indigenous peoples possess, that currently the stories lead towards painting indigenous peoples as people who are lazy and uneducated and unskilled, which is absolutely quite the opposite, because they have been thriving and surviving in these harsh conditions for generations, and it is we who are to learn from them, and not the other way around. So, and also apart from that, they have had this ability over the years to have built a cohesive and helpful community, because in those harsh conditions in the remote areas, you do not have access to medical resources, hospital resources. So it was discussed that generationally, knowledge is transferred about how to deal with things, how to deal with difficult situations. So that feel of community was very, very strong. And therefore, the question was, how do you take that into account, these human basic values, and communicate that to the policymakers and the scientists when they visit these regions and want to come up with science priorities and business priorities, etc. Thirdly, more importantly, which was like a bigger, I think, something to aim for, a change of mindset for the societies of the world. Because instead of rushing towards materialism, more deep mining, more capture, perhaps we should reduce our use and reuse, and also reprioritize what we value, clean air, clean food, and clean energy. And from personal experience, I come from Delhi, which is now the most polluted city in the world. And it's the pollution is off the scale. The instruments cannot measure them. It's more than 1,000 factors of what is allowed in the EU and the other regions. And that's the other reason that I had to pull out my mum from Delhi, and I asked her to come to the UK because she was suffering severe asthmatic issues. But we don't come to know about these things because, you know, that's a different part of the world, and this is a beautiful Mediterranean Sea part of the world. Just go to the top terrace and have a fantastic view, and you feel that everything is right with the world. And so, and again, from the indigenous peoples, we have to learn to have a deep connect with the environment and how to learn and live in harmony with nature. And also prioritize, again, before we miss out, because before this part of the world also misses out on clean energy and clean water and everything which we are so used to right now. And the other concern or request from indigenous peoples is to not put the Western society or the ideas and them on different pedestals and not being told what to do. They are very happy and welcome your presence and your questions and everything, but they want to be a part of the process throughout, not just you need access to their research sites or their research data. They want to be involved throughout. And another important point that was raised was that SDGs do not have indigenous knowledge included at this time. And finally, I'll end with Bridget's words, who was leading the discussion, and she said, more and more humans appreciate that we have only one Earth, and that we should walk gently and together on Mother Earth.
I will start. In our group, we had a very fruitful discussion. What we did was basically to merge the challenges and the barriers. We thought that they were a bit similar, but on the side of the challenges, we identified many causes or many problems that we have currently, like, for example, acidification, groundwater intrusion, sea level rise, permafrost loss, soil health, and change of ecosystems. This impacting on human health, food, and water security. Among the challenges and barriers that we discussed, we identified that one of the challenges and barriers were quantification. And when I mean quantification, I mean economic valuation. Basically, what we discussed, it was that economic valuation enable us to communicate better with stakeholders. When we put money on, well, when we talk about money, then people understand in a different way. And yeah, we're not doing that. Also, we identified that we have a knowledge gap. We need to do more integrated science. And when I say integrated science, I mean that we don't really understand in full the far-reaching effects of some of these perturbations. So then when we talk about acidification or sea level rise, maybe we understand the direct impacts, but then we don't understand the chain reaction or the effects further down the line in full. We have many uncertainties. And also we identified that we have problems with science communication. So many parts of the world, they are unaware of the effects of polar regions or changes in polar regions and how this can affect on human health, food, and water security. So we think that how to reach them is basically a language and a communication barrier. We can address it, but it has to be through a change in the language and through better communication or more effective communication. And when we discussed about who were missing in the table, we identified that large corporate businesses were missing. Why we bring them onto this discussion? Because we identified that they have a tremendous power influencing, for example, our consumption patterns. So then by bringing them to the table, we can do a lot by convincing people. So, and we identified that we need to speak in their terms. So then what we discussed, it was to put the dollar sign, so then for people to understand the impacts of a polar region on their daily life, as I said. Also, we said that we were missing from the table the new generations. Basically, because when we think about addressing the problems that we are currently facing, we are thinking of communicating through press releases. And then we think that, for example, new generations, they are not so worried about, let's say, or they are not so close to read press releases. We need to speak in their terms. And if we don't speak in their terms, probably we're losing a generation that can be very close to this idea of improving our world. Also, we think that we're missing from the table generating a sort of synthesis of the impacts of polar change in human health, another synthesis in food, and another synthesis in water, and eventually to generate these synthesis reports targeting different age groups. What I mean is that what is relevant, for example, for the age group 50-60 is not necessarily what is relevant to the group 20-30. So then probably our message, we need to target it to certain audiences. We know that the message is very similar, but then it's a matter of the communication, how we engage with these age groups that we think that the standard message probably is not being well conveyed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again to Dieter, Hannah, and Ashana. Now, we do have a little time, so do any of you have questions for any of the other groups, or something you'd like to challenge someone about, something you'd like to comment on, something that struck you? Anybody? Yes, right here. Matilda. Can we have the mic, please? Hang on, I got it. I'll take it. I have the green one. Merci, Salome. Okay.
I just wanted to throw in a little question for thought. I had the pleasure of being in the group that was just summarized here, and I was the only Antarctic person in that group. So I had a lot of interesting things to learn about the Arctic perspective. And for me, I'm a marine biologist from the West, and I'm a bit ignorant with respect to questions of global fisheries. It's something I'm still learning about. But the question that I posed to this group, and I think I don't necessarily have the answer, and I'd be curious if any of you know, do Southern Ocean fisheries support global food security? And if the answer is no, why do we have Southern Ocean fisheries? That's it.
Would anyone like to respond? Gilda, it's a trick question. Ansha, you want to say something? Yeah?
Yeah, at first sight, at the very high flight level, you may ask a question, but when you think about it, the fisheries in the Southern Ocean is for very distinct and very different organisms that only occur there, right? The krill, you cannot fish anywhere else, and the krill has products and resources. One may debate them, but there is no other organism in that biomass that would produce them. There is other things like toothfish or other food products where you can actually see them. They are made available on a very high price just because it's that fish and it tastes in a specific way. So I think when you go to the question of how do fisheries work and how does hunting of animals work, you have to see that it's really about the specific resource rather than just the question if it nourishes to a large proportion the people. That's what we can say to replace. There's at this point, and we are all following, of course, the discussions at Kamala and elsewhere. There is also no evidence for that kind of fisheries that is happening right now, that it is changing the biomass. And so under the given circumstances, of course, there is always many other arguments why one should protect better, not even have ships there because they're noisy and all of that. But it's not as easy as to answer it simply by what percentage does one nourish the entire world population to decide whether an economy is based on a certain species or not.
Thank you. Anybody else have a question, want to challenge, get more information about one of the other workshops? No? All right, I'm sure we'll have ample time to talk about that toward the end of the session. All right, I'm going to go back up here because we are moving toward our closing session. It's almost the end of this year's Polar Symposium. I'm now going to call up on stage 4 people who have been pivotal in the organization this year. Can I please have on stage Henry Burgess, the president of IASC, Jefferson Cardias-Simoes from SCAR. Where are you, Jefferson? I haven't seen you. Voila, there we go. Olivier Vendin, the vice president and CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, and Robert Calcagno, who is the CEO of the Oceanographic Institute, Prince Albert I of Monaco Foundation, and this beautiful building where we are today. Please have a seat. Hello.
Have to apologize already. No ladies on the panel. That's a big problem.
Huh?
No ladies on the panel.
That's okay. All right. Jefferson, I'm going to start with you. Here, take your mic. So given what we've been talking about and what we've heard over these past 2 days, what would you say are for you the most important steps moving forward, the most urgent matters at the moment, particularly for the Antarctic?
Well,
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. I would say not just particular to Antarctica, but also the two polar regions. And some points that become out that are quite clear. We need to change our perceptions of economic and political forums about the environment change. Tipping points of the climate system are not restricted to the temperate and to the tropics. The polar regions have an essential role in the environment system, and a lot of economic and political forums are not aware about that. And certainly the other point that came in, that's for the Arctic, is to include a list to the indigenous Arctic people. And particularly, it came out also, that was a point that I've been doing. I make a strong case that we, in relation to Antarctica and the changes in the Southern Ocean, we must include the African nations in the Antarctic forums. If we think about changes in the Southern Ocean, the impact in the South Atlantic and the Pacific, in Southern Pacific, but I would say rather the Indian Ocean. One thing that came here today is the question of social communication, how to target different age groups, comparative business, and so on. It's going there is a point that is going to be, it's already important, but it's going to grow this importance is data sharing and storage for the next generations. And finally, one thing that I'm particular worried about, and it came out, is the future of the polar research. ECRs around the world are not get their permanent position. And that, of course, destroys careers, hopes, and in another 5-10 years, the ECRs are the ones that are going to follow the path. And that's some of the important points that came out.
Yeah, absolutely. Henry, what about for you? What are your biggest takeaways from these 2 days?
Yes, thank you very much. I just want to, before I do that, I want to say thank you, really. I want to say thank you to you all for being here, and thank you for your contributions. It takes time and support to be here, so thank you very much indeed from me and from the International Arctic Science Committee. And I'm also conscious that it takes support and cost, including from the Arctic itself. Literally, the Arctic has paid for us to be here. Every ton of carbon into the atmosphere is 3 square meters less of Arctic sea ice. And that's a cost. That's a cost to the Arctic to physically be here. And so that's why, when I say that this meeting has been extremely successful and helpful and useful, that reflects that cost, because there is a trade-off there for sure. The fact that we can bring together the Arctic and the Antarctic world, the fact that you can hear things that you agree with from this stage, that challenge you, that probably frankly you've disagreed with at some point. You will have heard things from this stage that you don't think are right. And in a way that's positive, because it forces you, me, us to reevaluate how we think and how we reframe our arguments. So that is a real positive. One of the things that I think has been really helpful from this and has been demonstrated is that we need to continue the conversation, not just within the Arctic and the Antarctic worlds, but beyond. And we heard some of that earlier on today from Gail Whiteman, who's doing that incredibly well, and others too. But all the things we've begun to address here in the room today, some of which are new to us, but we need to make clear to those to whom it will be extremely new outside the Arctic and the Antarctic world. And IASC commits to do that. In my opening remarks, I talked about courage and leadership on the one hand, and then patience and respect on the other. And I think we've seen both of those over the last couple of days, certainly skill, ambition, courage, the will to change things, but also patience and respect to listen and to learn, even when we're being challenged or when there are things that we disagree with. So our commitment from IASC is that we will take this discussion forward into the process that I talked about right at the start, that 10-year planning process. And if there are things that you've been interested in today that you wanted to say but didn't, or you want to expand further, then please bring those into the ICART process. There are some leaflets here and at the back, and we will have our meeting on this in 3 weeks' time in Edinburgh at the Arctic Science Summit Weekend. You are all extremely welcome to participate, whether your interest is business or science or indigenous peoples or any aspect of what's been discussed today. Please come and contribute. You are extremely welcome. And that's part of IASC's commitment to listen and to be respectful and to cede power wherever we can. Because this is not an IASC process. We are holding the ring, but it's your process and everyone else's as well. So I'll take that away, and that's our commitment from IASC. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. You were speaking a moment ago about courage and leadership. Of course, Prince Albert II of Monaco has certainly shown that by all of his support and through his foundation, Olivia, of which you are the CEO. Talk to us a bit about the different actions that the foundation has done already to help the poles in the polar regions.
Thanks, Ginny. Thanks, everyone. It was a really important moment to have you back in Monaco after the launch of the Symposium 2022. As you probably all know, the polar regions were always central from day one in the mission statement of the foundation back in 2006. The polar regions were the priority of our actions. And I would still have to remember you, because it's always surprising me that Prince Albert remains today the only head of state to have experienced the two poles. Not just flying over, no, experience. He went on expeditions. Still now the only one, even though the polar regions is becoming an international topic on the agenda. So that's a frustration, I think. Anyhow, so concretely, what do we do? Well, we have been supporting projects on the ground, mainly around science, and we had very good examples this morning and afternoon. Terra, back in 2013, we've supported the Arctic expedition. We were seed investors in the new polar expedition that is going on now. We've been supporting ice memory, so that's again about science. Where do you find a storage for the future generations to analyze this memory of the glaciers? We have also supported lobbying or campaigning activities like the Arctic commitment to put a ban on heavy fuel in the Arctic. And last but not least, we were very early movers to raise awareness with the young generation. So every year, we send through the program called Students on Ice 2 to 3 students from Monaco, aged 15 to 16, to experience for 3 weeks what the Arctic is. And they share this experience with 100 other students from around the world, scientists, and they have access to local communities as well. So not only is it a great human experience, but it is also a very valuable way to experience firsthand the reality of the poles. Because let's go back to that. For the majority of people, the polar regions remain pristine, far and away, grandiose decor with outstanding biodiversity, but we have no real clue of what is going on in the real day basis. Pollution, plastic, loss of biodiversity. So it's very important. It was since 2008. It was important for us to give the opportunity to young generation to experience firsthand what it is, close to science. So that's basically what we used to do.
And more specifically, talk to us about the Polar Initiative. Why was that created?
So deeply rooted in the history of the foundation, but it was born under an intuition. We thought that there was not enough place for dialogue between the experts of the Arctic and the experts of the Antarctic regions. And given the strong partnerships that we developed with SCAR and IASC, our intuition was true. And we needed to develop a space, a neutral space, and that's also Monaco's capacity or added value, a neutral space to enhance that kind of dialogue. Because through dialogue, you can lead towards cooperation. Through dialogue between scientists, you can have solid, efficient science that can then be taken to the further level of decision-making process in the public or state level, but also the private sector level. So we thought that dialogue was the route for further action. Since day one, we believe that a symposium was key, but not every year. It was not to create another big event, nice for the photos, nice for traveling, good to network occasion, and then full stop. Let's move on to another topic. That was not the spirit. We wanted to organize something every other year with scientists. It's really still focused around science to avoid also the potential deadlocks from politics. We wanted to avoid that. And I will not go back to the geopolitical context of the launch of the symposium. It was launched precisely on the day of the invasion of Ukraine. So we wanted to avoid that deadlock. But we need to organize this every other year to give time to digest the information that you shared with us and to build an action plan that will be around, I would say, 4 pillars. First and foremost, to continue the lobbying. We need to address the majority of the challenges that you raised at the highest political level, being multilateral or bilateral level, and that's what Prince Albert does extremely well. The second point will be around capacity building. So yes, we will continue to enhance the younger generations, and I'm really happy that we put together this grant program with SCAR and IASC. We will continue Student on Ice, but we will also help support local communities through capacity building. So not to do the job on their behalf, but to enable these communities to navigate and to be part of the process with us. We will obviously continue to finance projects on the ground, mainly around science, but not only. Innovative solutions are always more than welcome, and that's typically what we love doing. So that's how we stand on the initiative.
Thank you, Olivier. Robert, the Oceanographic Institute has also been very involved in the polar regions, particularly thanks to its program that was started in 2022 with the Polar Mission exhibit. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's just over there. There's the great interactive exhibit upstairs. You've had over 1 million visitors so far. But in addition, you've also just come back from an expedition to Antarctica. Tell us a bit more about that trip and what you achieved.
Thank you, Jenny. You are very well informed indeed. But sorry, before answering your question, as I got the mic, let me thank all the organizers, the Prince Albert II Foundation, Olivier Vanden and his team, IASC and SCAR for the organization of that Pride Symposium, and thank you to all the participants. Thank you to all the people who work very hard to organize it, and thank you to you, Jenny, because it's quite an intensive work for animating.
Thank you.
So, yes, we are just back a few weeks ago from a scientific and commitment mission, exploration trip to the Weddell Sea, more precisely. And in fact, we organized that trip with the presence and under the leadership of His Serene Highness Prince Albert II. So he not only went 2 times on the North Pole, South Pole, but he is back again and will be back again because he has this passion for the nature and for polar region. And for that trip, we were lucky. We had the chance to gather 8 senior polar scientists who help us to organize a very intensive research and scientific program to the Weddell Sea and Danger Island archipelago. These are very remote areas and they are very difficult to reach. And on the way, so they had the possibility to study 4 different emperor and Adelie penguins colony, and with the purpose, I'm not going to describe in details all the research done they had the mission to tag the penguins, to collect biological samples, and also to survey the colony in order to understand the landscape and using very high resolution drones, videos. So that was very successful. I would like also to mention and to thank Angie Biotus, Alfred Wegener Institute director. She inspired us to go to Danger Island archipelago. This was not initially part of the program, but this was very useful. It's a very difficult area to reach, and I think after some difficulties, but you know that there are always difficulties, you were able to do a terrific job, and I hope that the data collected will be helpful to work on the creation of an ASPA, an Antarctic specifically protected area. So we will see if the next COP will be able to work on that and to design the creation. But indeed, the data collected were very useful. Thank you very much, Angie, for your work. But AVI was not the only research institute, and I would like to thank and to mention the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, the Friedrich Alexander Universitat, the French Polar Institute Paul-Émile Victor, the French National Center for Scientific Research, CNRS in French, and last but not least, the Monaco Scientific Center. And I would like a special mention to Dr. Céline Leboeck, who is really the one who inspired that trip. She gave us the mission to go there and to help her to reach some very remote and unobserved yet penguin colonies. So thank you very much. Thank you all of you for your hard work. And when I say hard work, it was between 3 or 4 a.m. to midnight almost every day. So congratulations. When you say you need to be brave, you are right. So that was very important. So the data we collected won't be only used for scientific publication, and we, the Oceanographic Institute with the Prince Albert II Foundation, we work to use this data to facilitate, to support the creation of the Weddell Sea Marine Protected Area, not only, but also the Eastern Antarctic and the Peninsula Marine Protected Area. And we just joined last year ASOC, Antarctic and Southern Ocean Coalition, and we will continue to work with them to support and to lobby for the creation of those MPAs.
So earlier we were talking a lot about outreach to the private sector, the importance of communicating with the private sector, and your mission actually had on board several high-level private sector leaders from all around the world. How would you describe your experience with the private sector in that context?
Yes. So I was happy to notice that the working group number 2, topic 3, recognized the importance of the private sector. And yes, scientific research are important, but they are not enough, even if it is science for action. We need to convince the government, but this is not enough also, and we need really to involve the private sector to implement a better relationship between nature and humankind, something inspired by the Inuit culture. And the second purpose of this commitment journey to Antarctica was to invite a team of very senior international entrepreneurs. And I just would like, I'm not going to describe the composition of the team, but the country which was the most represented was China. And you understand that it is so important to work on China and the influence that China has on nature, and also sometimes negatively on the creation of marine protected area on the Southern Ocean. So this is where we need to work. So we developed a mediation program using conferences, dialogue, the so-called ocean hours, but also discussion with the scientists and participation to science research works. And this was incredibly positive. I think now we have a team of very engaged senior entrepreneurs, and we are today operationally working on developing some actions. Let me give you a few examples. So working will be as a tremendous potential. So this is a second subject. Let me give you a third one. We have the honor of the largest battery manufacturer in the world, and he commit himself to ask his development team to work and industrialize some solid-state batteries which have the specificity of being able to work at extremely low temperature and could be helpful for scientific base in the polar region, for example, for electric power vehicles. So that's some example. So involvement of private sector is important also for lobbying the government. And again, we will continue to work with ASOC for that lobbying. Hopefully, maybe not the next, but the 2025 meeting of the CAMLA could decide the creation of these 3 MPAs. That's clearly our smart objectives. And for example, on our side, the Oceanographic Institute, we are preparing a TV documentary and an advocacy book to explain the importance of polar regions.
Thank you for that, Robert. Thank you so much. And thank you for, again, welcoming us here in this beautiful museum. Collaboration, of course, important, talking about the private sector with scientists, with research. But also what was interesting for me, observing in these 2 days, was collaboration, wanting to create collaboration between the North Pole and the South Pole. Jefferson, for you, was that one of the reasons that's important to have this kind of symposium? To bring those 2 poles together? You just don't speak to each other that much?
Yeah, yes, I think that's essential, and we still have a challenge to bring I would not say the 2 groups, the 2 enormous community, the Arctic and the Antarctic polar region, scientific and cultural, and different ethnic groups together. And why? Because the polar regions are not isolated, and signals of changes are spread worldwide. Changes in the polar regions are connected or even teleconnected, which changes everywhere, and even between the 2 polar regions. So, under different political conditions, different political regimes, we have similar scientific questions. And finally, we must act together in different political forums that deal with the question of environment change. And I still feel that a lot of those forums lack understanding of the polar regions and how it affects our daily life. In some ways, I thought I discussed that here with some of the groups that we must reconstruct the perception of people about the polar regions. It's not isolated, never been, but we still live a lot of times with the myths of the heroic age of polar exploration. Isolate, long distance, difficult to go. Even in my life, we went from navigate with a compass, not communicate with your country because we had just radio and difficult logistics. Nowadays you have a telephone, call home, do the supermarket list and go elsewhere. You navigate with a portable GPS and everything is linked. But still, for this lacking of understanding of those connections, a lot of people outside of our community doesn't pay attention as much it deserves. So we must act together, and for that it's going to be more and more important. Just would like to say that I must, Oliver and Robert, thank again His Highness Prince Albert II, his foundation, and the Oceanographic Museum of Monaco for the Polar Initiative. You are following, and His Highness is following, the visionary steps of Prince Albert I. and that's unique. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Henry, that was a bit looking more toward the past. When you look toward the future, how do you feel today? Are you optimistic? What do you see?
Thank you. Yes, optimistic, a clear-eyed, hard-headed optimism. But yes, absolutely optimistic. Frankly, because of what we've heard from you, what you are doing, what you have presented to us, the ambitions that you have, the fact that we have so many committed early career researchers in the room, the fact that we've been able to increase the number of fellows within both SCAR and IASC as a result of the work of the foundation, and the fact that we have much to look forward to with the International Polar Year and beyond. We have proved over the last decade through initiatives like Mosaic and others that we can work together on big-scale projects, programs that make a real difference. And international, collaborative, ambitious action is the absolute sworn enemy of pessimism. So yeah, I'm optimistic.
Olivier, maybe just a word to wrap up. Where do you see things going from here? Where do you want the foundation to go in regard to the polar regions?
Well, I'll see the next couple of weeks being extremely busy, unpacking, unraveling what has been discussed in the workshops. But I think there was a clear, important added value to this year's symposium, real in-depth conversation to pick up really an action plan for the 3 years to go at least. To answer your question, I often say we have an approach to topics, all the topics that we tackle, and we tackle a lot of them, polar being one of the priorities, but it's not the only one. The way we work is as follows. We have a kind of a 3C approach. The first C being addressing the complexity of the topic, and that's where we need science, evidence, data, complexity. The second is creativity, because unfortunately the topics that we have to tackle and the challenges we have to address are extremely complex and therefore need a creative approach, innovation in the approach to the topic, innovation being technology as well. So the second C is creativity. And the third C, which is crucial and really transversal to all our conversation, is think about common good. And with that approach, you can really achieve and embark a lot of stakeholders in the topic. So that's also the strategy we will apply to the Polar Initiative, continue to grow the partnerships and cooperation. And I was absolutely grateful to the Albedo Foundation and Mr. Poulsen for having joined us as sponsor this year. I'm extremely grateful to the World Economic Forum. And you were there since day one, 2022. No hesitation, the World Economic Forum was on board. And since then, they developed, even in Davos, a program on the polar region. So that was, since year one, a very concrete outcome of the symposium, and I feel blessed by that idea. We had that, maybe crazy at the time, but it's working. And to Robert's point, thanks to this partnership with the WEF, we can dream of having more and more private companies joining us in this awareness program. They need to understand the reality because, let's face it, they don't know much about it. And we work a lot on the ocean problem, which is also a massive, massive awareness campaign that we still need to address year after year. So the polar regions is another one. So thanks to this partnership, I'm pretty sure that we can embrace the topic with the private sector and continue, of course, our strong lobbying with the public authorities. And again, final point, and it was a comment from Jérôme Chaplas this morning, which we don't think about a lot, is experts are going on retirement now. So we really need, very quickly, a new generation of scientists, of searchers, of logistic leaders and technicians, etc. So capacity building will remain a key focus on our activity, plus projects on the ground. My final remark will be, and I promise it's my final remark, I don't want to forget thanking, obviously, the Oceanographic teams. They were incredible as usual. The team of the foundation, and I will have you stand up, please, but Laurence from the logistics, Nadège communication, and Salome, who did an incredible job in coordinating this initiative. Thank you so much, Salome. Stand up.
Woo!
Thank you. And last but not least, and I will ask him to stand up as well, my dear friend Olaf Orheim, you were there since day one, even before this Polar Initiative started. So thanks for your valuable remarks, comments, and guidance all through the project. Thank you, Olaf. Thank you very much.
Olivier, thank you so much to you. Thank you to all four of you. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. I'll let you take your seats. All right, just a few more bits of information before we really wrap up the day. First of all, a huge thank you again to Olivier and to the whole Prince Albert II Foundation. We already said it, but honestly, the work of Salome and her team has been just fantastic. So thank you so much to all of you. Also, Robert, thank you again for welcoming us here in this beautiful museum. Thanks again to Henry Burgess and Jefferson Cartier-Simoish from SCAR. Thank you to all the staff and the technicians at Well who have helped us here throughout these 2 days. You can see now the technicians are coming up on stage because we do have one more surprise for you before we go. Just before we share that with you, I just have to say a few more pieces of information, so just bear with me. So there will be a coffee that will be served during the surprise here, so just be sure to stay and we'll bring coffee to you. Second of all, the shuttles going back to the hotel will be from 5:15 to 6. The last one is at 6 o'clock, okay? So from 5:15 to 6 o'clock for the shuttles to go back. It's also a nice day. You could walk. It's about a half hour. But if you want to take the bus from 5:15 to 6. And very important, you know how important it is to recycle here. So all of your lanyards, which are the strings around your neck, if you could please give those back to the hostesses on your way out. If you want to keep your badge as a souvenir, that's fine. But please just give them back the lanyards. That would be great. So with that, you can see we are going to have a little musical interlude now to wrap up the end of our day. So these are our musicians coming up on stage. They're a group called the Arctic Market. Now, the Arctic Market is a project from the Academy of Music in Tromsø. The band writes and plays original compositions that takes inspiration from the Norwegian scenery. Now, the band's made up of Roger Amundsen on the guitar, Marie Botheim on the saxophone, Lars Fulmer Jaren on the keyboards, and Torkil Vostav Javer on the drums. Together, they express their interpretation of the Arctic. Ladies and gentlemen, have a great rest of your day, and I'll leave you with Arctic Market. Thank you again to Arctic Market. They were fantastic. Music inspired by the Arctic. Thank you so much. Thanks again so much to all of you. Have a great night. Don't forget to drop off these. Good night.